Lebanon in southern Lebanon as we speak. So there was a ceasefire in 2024. This completely collapsed.
Before people join on.
This is the breaking news that we're coming across right now. I did, Mr. Bill. I did. We're just commenting on some breaking news here.
What's going on here? Come on.
Switch over to the Iron Dome feed. See if we can get some. Hear any of these alarms going on.
Skyler Digital, let me put this banner down here for you. Let's go live right now. I have this thing already on.
No air raid sirens going off in the Iron Dome. And I'm just gonna zoom out just a little bit here.
Keep few shots.
There we go.
Think, you know, I can do something like that too. Not the fact was, but I can bring things.
Here's what we confirmed through our ground sources and official evidence state media. Hezbollah strike, a missile just slammed into a hotel in Hezbollah, only 5 kilometers from downtown Beirut. Ambulance is being dispatched as we speak.
Let's see where we're with volume. Volume
That's
up.
going with BSS News. Later on Wednesday, state media said that Israel strikes heavily on the Beirut suburb of Hezbollah, a 4-story.
All right. I see a couple people. Hello, please. When you join, would you throw your name, say hello in the chat so I know who's here? That would be great. Welcome who's already here.
There he is.
Yeah, we got kind of a mess going on here. I am restreaming Mr. Bill, restreaming Geyer. Because Mr. Bill won't send me a link to get on his. So yeah, this is interesting.
Restreaming Mr. Bill, restreaming Geyer.
Oh wait, now Mr. Bill is restreaming me, restreaming him, restreaming Geyer.
And we'll send you guys over to the angry going in there. You saw him over there. He's gonna take it from here for you. Hopefully, we'll be nice to him. You really get along with him. I was chatting with him yesterday about how the people be nice to him. He'll talk to you about anything from Oregon politics to international relations to motorcycles to whatever you want to talk about.
It seems like Bill's having microphone problems tonight anyways.
It's kind of a cool thing to do while you're messing around over there. Yeah, you watch over. You did? I wonder if I saw you in the chat over there.
Yeah, somebody said don't mix the streams. That's funny.
Use a link. I'm going to try to rate you over there anyway. You can also watch Geyer if you want to. He's a good guy too. But Geyer had 20 people watching him yesterday. We only had like 5, so I can feel a little bit more sorry for Angry Oregonian, but you can also watch Geyer Digital since it's Angry's going to be using his content anyway. But make sure you subscribe to both of them. I'll put Geyer's link in the chat one more time, and then Angry's. Hold on. Geyer's first. He's on that. Actually, bringing you the screen there and the news there. BCP would do it tonight and do some of this stuff here, but.
Hi, Sand Tiger.
Right there.
Good to see you in here.
If you want to just get the news there, if you want to get some analysis of.
We're trying to figure out who's going to do what here for a bit, so be patient.
Talk conversation and things like that with the streamer. Then go to the Joey's channel, and I'll wait there in a second.
I guess if he's going to send people over here, I'll wait a minute and then find out what everybody wants to see.
There is his
Said
channel.
I literally just got on here, so
nobody's
watching.
Copy that into the channel right there. All his horses.
Oh, you are still here. Okay.
Should be watching Dryer.
Yeah, I know. I saw you in there. I was driving on my way to work, and I was watching his stream on my way to work, so I saw you guys in there. Electric Blue, hello to you. Oh my goodness, that was a ride.
It's kind of hard for him to do that now because he's on restarted his YouTube stream. So anyway, hopefully they have a good time chilling out.
Yeah, they're trying to get me to do stuff I don't know how to do yet. So I'm just gonna hang out tight here with you guys for a second and wait and see how this all comes out in the wash. Maybe I will put Geyer's stream on in the background. Bill may send us there anyways. I think Bill wants a break, so hopefully I'm facilitating Mr. Bill getting a break.
I see how you are. You always there alone, and then you decide to join me so you get rotated off to this guy. I think you're Oregonian. But if the road doesn't work, click on that link that I put in the chat.
Yeah, I was going to just join Bill's room and then restream it on mine, but he didn't send me a link. Apparently he wants to go get rest and relaxation, which I completely understand. He's on a bit. He's on a lot.
Also, yeah, but I think he's just kind of puts out of the screen or something like that. Guy or thing or going to actually talk to you. I don't think BCP's going to be awake to talk to you or anything like that. So actually, he was kind of talking over there. I'm not sure what's going on there, but BCP gets enough attention. We're going to send you guys over to the Angry Oregonian.
All right. Well, yeah, I am smart, but sometimes it takes me a minute, and I'm working with. I'm working with not very good equipment, so it's hard for me to do all the cool stuff. But I've got another laptop over here that I'm working on getting set up so I can do all the cool stuff and the cool programming like everybody else does. But I've been extremely busy during the day and I work at night, so it's been a little tough for me to get the ball rolling on that. But I will soon. For now, I'll just do what I can, and I'll appreciate everybody that hangs out with me in my infant stages. You know, for those of you who are already here, I kind of equate it to being married. And when you get married in your early days, when you don't have a lot of money, and then you get successful, and, you know, some people end up making a lot of money, and they tell their wife that you were with me when I didn't have anything, so now I appreciate you being here when I do have stuff. So I'm going to take the same route. Those of you who are following me and participating in my chat and whatever now when I'm in the infant stages of this live streaming, man, wow. Hold on. I will appreciate you guys later on, trust me. His microphone is garbage. I don't know what's going on. Oh, he's about to leave in 30 seconds anyway, so I'm just going to let it go. And we'll figure out where he sends us. If he doesn't send us anywhere, then we can decide together what we watch in the background. Mute the other stream. I just did. I was just listening to see where he was going and what he was doing. But it should be silent now. I shouldn't have anything playing in the background. Mr. Bill and their viewers just joined. Right on. Years ago, I was looking at doing the same thing. The cost kept adding up. You get one thing, then you realize you need something 10 times the price to make that thing work right. If you're talking about live streaming, you are absolutely correct. It does, and it nickel and dimes you to death. this thing's 25 bucks a month, that thing's 25 bucks a month, this program is 50 bucks to sub to, all of that. And it does add up eventually. It's not cheap. So I have respect for these guys that have, that can do 8 screens at a time and still talk and interact with their chat. And I'm going to give ups to Arturo. I like watching Arturo's channel. Mr. Bill say, shave you hippie. Nope, not going to do it. Problem with the mic today. Yeah, when I was listening to it on my phone in the car, I couldn't even understand what he was saying. His mic is giving him fits today, and that's unfortunate. Hopefully it's just one of those temporary problems where you shut it down, and then the next time you turn it on, then I said get a green cap. I don't wear green, Bill. I don't wear green, Bill. I can't hear you, but I don't wear green. Let me see. I don't know how to make it so I can hear you. Let's see. Let me pop. No, because you're not on over there. I'm not sure what you're doing, buddy. Oh, okay. There's his countdown. Yeah, wow. That's a major delay. That's a major delay. Yeah, I don't wear green very often. Maybe like on St. Patrick's Day or something, but I'm not a fan of green clothing. Okay, so that's stopping there. So what do you guys want to see? Do you want me to put Geyer on the background? Is there something else I could attempt to put on for you guys? Keep in mind that with my connection, whatever's in the background is going to be spotty. Oh, now I have me in the background. Oh my goodness. So maybe give me a second here. I'll see if I can connect to Geyer's, and maybe the spottiness won't be so bad on his, because he's got kind of a still thing going on. So maybe you won't notice the buffering and the glitchiness. Travis Jur Files. Oh, he's talking about Travis. I'm going to want to hear that. I am definitely going to want to hear that. So I'll turn the sound up a little bit. Y'all tell me when it's too much. Wait, this is not live. Damn it. Never mind. This is not live. Let me go back to his channel. This computer I'm using is junk, guys, so bear with me a little bit. I'm trying to do the best I can for you guys here. But it's, like I said on Bill's chat, this computer is slow as Pantifa. Let me see if anybody's chatting. He ended. Hello. Hey, Jess. That's 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I just figured that out. I'm working on it. Like I said, this thing, it doesn't like to do 3 things at once. And now it's telling me I'm offline. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's try this. Let's go straight to his channel. This computer is absolute garbage. Okay, there's 10 watching. He's only got 10 people. What's wrong with that? Maybe he's not interacting right now. Maybe because he's been turning this on and just letting it go. So maybe that's why he doesn't have a lot of people watching right now. Come on. All right, it'll catch up in a minute. Hopefully. There we go. Mr. Bill, thank you for the stream today, Mr. Bill. And thank you for sending everybody over here, Mr. Bill. Much appreciated. That's my brother. 1980s MTV. Only Mr. Bill, thank you for the stream today, Mr. Bill. And hi, Mrs. Axtell. I'm saving for $5,000 gaming. Holy macaroni, yeah. If I had $5,000, my truck would be on the road right now, so I can't do that. Okay, I thought I turned it up a little bit. Let me see if it's current. Mama Bear's in there. I hope you can send Angry an invite and he can talk to you about it while he's live. I'm not sure that Geyer's actually in his feed right now. But a $5,000 gaming rig, oh my goodness. I thought I was splurging. I've got about a $1,600 laptop. I thought that was a bit excessive, actually, but I'm poor white trash. So when I retire, I might try my hand at full-time streaming. Well, you don't really have to wait for retirement unless it's a money issue, because I'm not retired, obviously. I'm live streaming from work. So I'm multitasking right now. So for those of you who have not been on my stream, if you see me disappear from time to time, it's because I actually have to do my job. And I'm live streaming in between my employment tasks. But I'll tell you one good thing about streaming is you meet the most awesome people, and it's nice. It's a group. If you do it long enough, or you interact with people that do it long enough, you kind of get familiar with who the regulars are, for lack of another way to put it, and you interact with them quite a bit, and the same streamers, and it's almost like it's an online family. So that is one of the benefits I see to the streaming community. I work on the border. Well, yeah, pay attention then, please. I use laptops exclusively because of travel in my tiny apartment. Yeah, I don't have a desktop, or what would you call a PC? I don't have a tower computer or none of that. I bought this really nice laptop so that I can live stream. Sooner or later, I'm going to actually live stream with it. But it's an expensive gaming laptop, and has all the neat stuff, and it's really fast and all of that. And I would love to be using that instead of my crappy ass little work computer. It's like a 10-year-old HP. It's not here to do this with. Every day I pray that my boss doesn't find my live stream. I don't know that he'd mind, but he'd probably wonder, how am I doing it? I mean, literally this HP is probably worth $50 on Facebook Marketplace. So, and I do it in conjunction with two phones. I have my regular phone that, my everyday carry phone. And then I have a newer phone that is my internet only phone. But here, because of construction, and I've said this sorry if you've already heard this on another live stream, but they're doing construction on the building that I work in. So I'm in a temporary metal container is my temporary office, and we don't have Wi-Fi anymore. So I'm using a hotspot from an old iPhone that's very weak. So not only is this computer slow, but it doesn't like to do more than one thing at a time. I'm thoroughly impressed that it's doing everything I'm asking it to right now. So everybody who's in the chat, I see 12 active people. I don't know who's in the chat, but if you guys are okay with me having Guy on in the background, give me a thumbs up. Give me let's go 1 for okay with it. 2 if you want me to change to something else. I'm kind of interested. I've been really busy and or napping all day, so I haven't got to. I've got to catch up on a lot of the news that happened today. I've heard using a Connex. Yes, it's a mini Connex. It's like a 6x8 Connex that's actually designed to be a temporary little office cubicle kind of thingy, whatever you want to call it. It's the size of a jail cell, and it kind of feels like one because it's all white and it's got one little window. So yeah, it feels. One day his boss is going to lock the doors, load him out. He might if he sees me live streaming while I'm working. That's a possibility. That is always a possibility. Last night, it's not a normal thing for me to get visitors, but there were a couple guys doing roving patrols throughout the area last night, and they're not normally on shift. They're covering for somebody. Oh, this thing's as bad as a Chromebook, caveman. Dark mode would be great. I don't know what that means, because actually I think on my computer, it's on dark mode. I have a black background and white lettering, so I think I'm on dark mode. But anyways, if you guys were with me last night, you see I had to take a break a couple of times and go talk to my coworkers, and they're kind of peeking at. They're like, "What's going on in there? What's going on your computer? What are you doing in there?" I'm like, "You guys got to leave. I'm doing a live stream, and I can't keep my people waiting." And they just laughed. They were cool with it, though. I mean, I work with a good group of people, and for the most part, they're pretty patriotic, very American. The owner of the company is a veteran, so and he's a patriotic veteran, not like a Travis Jor or that stupid DJ guy down at ICE that likes to scream that he's an ex-Marine. Well, you know, buddy, as far as I'm concerned, if you call yourself an ex-Marine, you should have never been a Marine in the first place, because real Marines don't call themselves ex. Once a Marine, always a Marine. And if you call yourself an ex-Marine, then you weren't worth wearing the uniform. I'm sorry to say that. I try to respect everybody that puts the uniform on, but every once in a while, there's an exception to every rule. Me too. We are a pretty patriotic group. That's awesome. Anybody that is lucky enough to work around a patriotic group of people, we discussed this in a live stream a couple nights ago, that some people have to live in fear of their opinions or voicing their opinions, or what they put on their car, because somebody might see it in the parking lot. Somebody might see them looking at some patriotic videos on their work computer or something, and they can get persecuted or worse for it. They can get harassed for it. There's all these negative things that happen to people that are patriotic at work. And if you are lucky enough to be around a group of patriots that you work with, then you're pretty blessed, and that's an awesome thing. And congratulations, you won the lottery on that one. You can make YouTube go to dark mode. Now, is that something I have to do? Because like I said, on mine, it looks like I'm on dark mode. So I don't know. Let's see. I see settings, channel level settings. What does that do for me? Use default overlay, choose from that custom overlay for your breaks by choosing from your videos. Oh, I can have overlays. Okay. We'll have to look at that later. We'll see. If you click your icon in the upper right corner of YouTube and go to appearance, the upper right corner and my icon, okay, I'm doing it. Something's going to say, it says your channel, YouTube, switch account, corner, and go to, okay, I don't see anything that says appearance. I got to make sure I don't hit that in stream button on accident. That would be bad. Well, I'll tell you what, Drax, I will figure that out for next time. Here's the deal, though. I'm trying not to put too much effort into learning the YouTube program, the YouTube Studio, because I have a restreaming, some restreaming programming software, whatever you want to call it, that as soon as I switch over to my good laptop, I'm going to use that program operating system. And so right now we're just kind of doing what we're doing. So I hope it's not too irritating towards you. Like I said, that's kind of crazy, because mine is just defaulted on my laptop. It is dark mode, OBS. Is that what you call it? Like I said, I don't know all the terminology. I am definitely not technologically savvy. I can figure stuff out. I can mumble my way through just about anything, but sometimes it takes me a minute to figure out what's what. I'm 56 years old. I wasn't raised with the technology that the youngsters were. They were, my kids, were using, what the hell? Hang on, guys. Gotta do my job for a second. Help you? All right, I'm back. Had to actually do my job for a minute. Sorry, guys. That means I'm going to have to turn my other camera around and watch for these fools. Let's go that one. I don't know why people just can't stay out of other people's business. So I'm going to turn that way so I can see if they come back. Okay, I am back now. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry about that. Like I said, if I get distracted and have to leave for a second, it's just work stuff, and I'll be right back, hopefully. Granted, it's not a major situation. And I was smart. Last night, I started losing my voice, so got some sparkling water to keep myself lubricated. Yay. All right, we are all old. I like to say aged. We are aged like fine wine. We are hunting rabbits. It's duck season. 21 days, I'll be 56. I just turned 56 on the 9th. Keep the income stream we understand. Yeah, because I'm not making money off of this. I'm not making money off the live streaming. I'm not monetized. I'm not good at begging for money. I'm not good at like promoting for donations or anything like that. So I'm not making any money off of this. I've been live streaming since probably August, hardcore on the ground, and started live streaming really recently. And I've made a total of $15 off of my YouTube channel. So definitely not getting rich off of YouTube. But still got to pay the bills, still got to feed my family. So I have to make sure I keep my job. And ignoring my job to do a live stream is not going to keep my job. So I've got to multitask. So thanks for understanding. From little things, big things come. Correct. Stumbled on you because I fell down the protester rabbit hole. I got into that rabbit hole. I was like you and was watching because I've been an activist for a long time, and then kind of got distracted with life. And then when the ICE stuff happened, and I'm buddies with Quincy, BCP for those of you who don't know, and I saw he was down there. So basically I want to go down to ICE to hang out with my buddy and do a little live streaming while I was down there, but basically to go hang out with my buddy that I don't see enough anymore. And I seriously got sucked into the rabbit hole. Now I'm down there at least once a weekend, it feels like. Very rarely do I miss a weekend now. And now I'm part of the ICE episodes. He was still streaming right now too. Who is? BCP is streaming? I checked earlier. I didn't see him on. He must have joined on late. Oh, wait. Last time I saw it, he was just letting his stream go like Geyer is. And Geyer's not showing anything right now. So I may have to look for something else for us to watch. Oh, there it goes. Now it's back. I was kind of hoping that he would be there and be a little bit more active. Maybe he will be soon. But what do you guys think about this? It kind of feels like I said, I was too busy to keep up on the news today. He just talked while you were busy. That figures. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe instead of Geyer, since he's not in there, maybe I will switch over to BCP instead. Give me a second to do that. We will go to BCP instead and restream his in the background. Slow. Oh, do you mean BC Preacher? You know what I meant because you just showed me. It's 2026. You know what I meant. Oh. And I laugh at my own goofy jokes. It's because I'm extremely tired right now. Let me turn some sound.
That's right. Oh, look at it. It just collapsed.
Oh, we got some action going on right now.
It just collapsed. I'm sorry. So it's not the green
Okay,
room.
guys, how's
this
the
one with the
contrasting
gray stuff on top
volumes?
of it.
Will that work for everybody? I don't have him very
And where's
loud.
it come from?
So does that work for everybody? The two different volumes, the background volume and mine, is that a good
I don't even see it. You don't even see
good
it.
levels? Big bombs.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if that's new. I don't know if that's new, if he's repeating something.
Oh my goodness. No wonder why there's no fire. It's seriously just rebel.
It just disintegrates everything. There is no fire.
It's
because
not a
we
right
let it
side
burn.
rebel. It's just rebel.
Anything that is flammable will be instantly vaporized because of the
Oh my goodness.
yeah, I don't see I was kind of doing it this way so his chat could be seen, but all right, let me see.
And he's
How
That
do
is-
you
look at that. It's just rebel. It's just cement. So these clouds, they're just cement. It's probably such an impact that it probably can't even create a fire. Who knows? I don't know. And when I say disintegrated, that's what these things are. They're
Okay, that looks kind of cool. I like that. You guys like that? I like that right there.
and now the dog is barking. So 3 minutes after the missile strike, now a dog is barking. Like, no dogs were going crazy.
I don't know, how many of you guys are watching on a phone, and how many of you guys are watching on a
What in
TV?
the world?
Type either TV or
Look,
phone.
walk
please.
away in this grass field. You don't see nobody running.
So you're saying dark mode. It looks like it is dark mode.
Where is everybody at?
I don't know how to do that.
There's another jet.
There's ways. Let's see. Is that manage? Is that
There's another jet. What was?
Oh my God! This.
Well, here's my thing. I'm wondering if that drone.
Oh, somebody's watching on a Chromebook. Hey, I
can't believe it. Out of
some years
all,
ago,
like,
well, probably
finally,
almost
like,
10
right
years
in
ago
front
now, I
of
had a
us.
Chromebook, and I used to live stream on Facebook with my Chromebook.
Other one?
See, yes, it is dark mode. Okay, good. I think BCP is on dark mode. Okay, yeah, that would probably explain that.
What happened?
That would explain that.
I might.
But I ask because when I'm at home, I have a 65 in my bedroom and an 80 something in the living room, and I watch YouTube on big screen TVs, and it's different watching it on a giant screen. 15-year-old
Something is happening weird on my computer.
Yeah, I feel you. As opposed to watching it on this, even watching it on this is probably a 12-inch. I think it's like a 12-inch monitor, maybe. And just the difference between the 12-inch monitor and my phone
Are you guys hearing?
is huge. But if you're watching on a laptop with it can be awesome on a 70-inch. Yeah, like I said, I got a 65 in my bedroom and an 80-something in the living room. And it is awesome. It really is. To watch videos, because if I can't be at ICE at nights, especially on the weekends, then I'm usually watching it at
That's
home.
weird. I keep hearing.
And to watch video,
I keep hearing
live
like
video,
me repeating this
it
thing.
kind of feels like
I
you're
have
on
numbers.
there when you're watching it big screen TV, so it's kind of cool. And this stuff right here, I kind of, it's been on the background of my TV while I'm
You guys hear
doing
that, or is it just me?
So it's like always on, and the detail you can see when that screen gets blown up. It's pretty cool to watch that way instead of this. Does your PC run Windows 98?
You guys do hear that?
But man, I watch this, and all I can't help but think, I'm so glad I'm not there. I'm so glad that, I sit here and complain because I'm in
I want to
jail
stop
cell
the stream.
size cubicle or,
Probably.
shipping container as a temporary office, and it sucks. And I'm sitting here whining about it. But yet we're watching
Yeah, me.
have bombs falling, missiles falling in the neighborhood around them. What happened, Quincy? Wonder if he even knows I'm restreaming him. I tried to restream Geyer, but he's not active on his. So we went to Quincy instead because that's more entertaining to see people along with the picture, I think. And I'm also interested in what my friend's opinion is on everything as we're doing it. So yeah, I'd like to know your guys' opinion on this situation. How would you feel if you lived there? Because like I was saying yesterday, the majority of those people are just everyday people going about their everyday lives. They have nothing to do with politics. Their religion is personal, not some kind of mass religion, shopkeepers, people that, that manufacture goods, bakers, somebody's got to clean stuff, somebody's got to be a taxi driver, all these things, because this is a metropolitan area. This is a city. So you got to have all the different roles and all the different peoples that make a city function. And the majority of them are just everyday people like you and me, trying to get by, trying to feed their family, trying to make sure they don't go homeless. And they have to live with the ever-present, in this case, an Israeli bomb dropping on their apartment complex or their work or the building across the street that happens to maybe house Hezbollah. It's complicated, but the non-Islam people seem to. Well, Lebanon's getting bombed, I'm sure. But I don't think they like having to live in fear every day. I mean, I understand because of the situation in the Middle East, a lot of them are kind of used to it. It's kind of like us in Oregon, we're used to the rain. But the rain's not going to kill us. The rain makes us wet. It's an inconvenience. These people have the threat of death. But I guess if you live with that hanging over your head every day, it creates a different mindset, I guess. I mean, obviously, I don't know because I'm blessed enough to not have to deal with that. But how would you handle that if you had to live with that threat looming over you all the time? And I'm not taking sides in this part of the conversation. I'm not saying they do deserve it, they don't deserve it, whose fault, who started it. That's not the conversation. The conversation is if you were average Joe the falafel maker, and every day you had to worry if something was going to fall on you or fall on your children. What if in Iran where the missile malfunctioned and came back down and hit a school full of girls? I want to say it was 9 or 10 or something like that. That's a bunch of parents that don't get to see their daughters anymore over something they didn't have anything to do with. And that sucks. I don't care who you are or what your religion is or what language you speak. A parent is a parent, man. And if you don't get to see your kid anymore, especially if it's from malfunctioning friendly fire or however you want to label it, I'd be pretty pissed off. I'd be extremely pissed off if my own country killed, unalived my child. You got to keep remembering that. We talk about subjects like this. I gotta remember to not use the negative keywords. Talking about the people that were displaced from their Iranian homeland because they were Christian. They had massive government. You can't support changing the gene. Yeah, see, okay, and I get that, Drax, but that's not what I'm asking about. I'm talking about normal, everyday people that live in these neighborhoods. In a lot of these, they didn't choose to live here. This is where they were born, just like we were born in America, and this is where we live. They were born in Lebanon, and that's where they live. And they may not be bad people. They're just ordinary, everyday people that happen to live in Lebanon, and they're trying to make the best of it. Or happen to be born in Iran and had daughters that went to a girls' school, and they were just trying to make the best of it because I'm sure a girls' school costs money. I'd be well armed and ready. Well, that's a given, caveman, but how ready can you be for a Tomahawk missile? Honestly, that's what gets at me. You can hear the machine guns going and stuff like that. There's boots on the ground battles going on. You can be ready for that. You can prepare for that. You can be trained for that. But you can't be, there is no training for a Tomahawk missile that comes through the roof of your house or whatever the Iranian equivalent is. And that's scary, man. I don't know about anybody else, but that would scare the crap out of me. They're not allowed to be armed, really, Woofy. See, I was kind of wondering about that. I can see all sides. Correct. Why? Did you just call me caveman? No, caveman's talking too. You're both talking. Caveman said, I'm alarmed and ready. You're not the only one in the conversation, Drax. Every once in a while, somebody else chimes in too. You're talking the most, but there are other people talking too, bud. Now I lost my train of thought. I don't know. It's just scary. That's what I was, because
You know that story where slow and steady wins? That's terrible advice. Things move fast in the modern workforce.
Oh my God, you guys, get premium. It drives me nuts. I am poor white trash. I barely get my electric bill paid every month. And I can afford premium. No, Drax, don't be sorry, man. I'm just messing with you. I'm not upset about it or anything. No, I get it. You thought the caveman was a slur. No, that's actually somebody's name. That's actually somebody's name. Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, you have premium. It's like what, $22-23 a month. I let it lapse for like a week or so, and I thought I was in hell. I mean, I know first world problems. I get it, but now that I've been without commercials for so long, I can't stand commercials anymore. And I think those of us that do live streams, it should be mandatory to not make our people suffer with ads, especially the people in chat that don't have premium already and they're dealing with ads that on their end of it. I think we shouldn't make them go through more unless it's our own personal ads. Like Geyer has a sponsor and he throws a personal ad in there. That's different. But I'm not going to make you guys sit through Ozempic commercials and whatever from my end. I don't think it's so. I have premium. But yeah, I let it lapse for like a week or so because it fell in between paydays and it drove me absolutely berserk. I could not stand it. I'm like, this is 2026. I don't watch commercials anymore. It's that simple. And the thing is if you watch commercials that are embedded in the video, 9 times out of 10, you're watching a video about something you're interested in, and the person whose channel you're on will be advertising something related to them, So if they throw a sponsor ad in there, usually it's about something you're interested in. So those aren't so bad. Like I watch a lot of automotive YouTubers, and 99% of the time, their sponsors have to do with car stuff or stuff car guys would like. And I'll watch their sponsored ads. I'm like, oh, I really need to get that. So those I don't mind, but just the random ones that they send at you. And I don't understand where they get their demographics from. Because like I said, I'll be watching, motorcycle videos and get girl stuff ads in the middle of it. And I'm like, how do you think this adds up? Casio, the richest gamer on YouTube, still doesn't have premium. I think, yeah, some of them do ad reads. Yeah, Sand Tiger. But like I said, normally it's for stuff that's related to whatever the channel does. I'm a gamer and like to download videos to watch when I don't have access to Wi-Fi or data. It makes sense. I do music if I can't. If I don't access the data, I have tons of music downloaded on my devices, so I can listen. I've got just hundreds and hundreds of songs downloaded. Man, do you guys hear all that gunfire? It is going down. And that's another thing. You can't, I'd be scared to leave my house and getting hit with a stray. Because you can't control that. Love to make my own music now. Thanks, ads sucks. You're welcome. I hate ads, and I won't put you through them because I don't want to go through them.
Okay, I fixed the problem, you guys. I didn't know what it was. It was something, I think on the X or something that just kept looping.
Yeah, Quincy's back.
So they flipped the camera.
Let's see if I get any messages, see if anybody knows I'm restreaming.
But check this out. This is how crazy, it's crazy to us, you and I.
Oh,
Let me rephrase what I was going to say. 'Cause I was going to say this is how crazy it is.
Text him straight
But
out.
this is how normal it is for these people. Okay, I'm about to show you something that we would all be like freaking out about, probably running. I mean, we'd be looking, right? But see the gunshots. Check this out. This is normal, okay? Normal behavior. Normal behavior.
Let's see if he's watching his phone. I just sent Quincy a text, so.
This is normal. We're just at a soccer game. No big.
Look at these guys sitting in chairs watching it. Holy crap. There are also the rockets that get hit and then fall. Yeah, I always wondered about that. If somebody knows more about that than I do. Like the Iron Dome. What happens to
No big deal.
the ones that get intercepted?
And
Even though they
like,
don't
is it
come down
right?
from the building, isn't there shrapnel? Isn't there debris still falling? Like from an airplane or a satellite going up in the
pretty real.
sky? Wouldn't there still be
Looks up
debris
and
going
like
down and could get
looks
you?
up, waits for it to pass. Yo,
These guys are sitting watching it like it's a sporting event. They're on a soccer field. Wow.
don't mind. Don't mind it. That's, so what is it? Hey, what does it say? Meanwhile in Iraq, bunch of Iraqis just chilling, playing football, watching the war between Iran, America, and Israel, probably reminiscing about a time when they're getting bombed. Maybe it's a joke, but I don't know. That's pretty funny.
That is crazy, dude.
It is hard to know what's true and what's not. But that looked pretty legit.
If that is
Grainy
true, that is
footage.
insane.
And maybe it's just fireworks. I don't know. That's a pretty big thing for just fireworks.
That's way big for fireworks.
Could be. But at the same time, they are used to all that stuff. They are so used to it.
I guess what are you going to do about it, right?
And now we're looking at the airport, which is just about a mile away from the gunshots and a building that was just bombed 15 minutes ago.
So I can hit right. They can still hit and do a lot. Yeah, I bet.
Like we got cows down here in the field.
I'm just thinking, it's like, what are you going to do about it? If you live there,
Right? Yeah.
and that stuff's happening around
Grazing.
you can't stop it. You can't change it. I'm sure most of them don't have the ability to leave.
Right? Is it cows? Looks like cows.
So I guess
Cows
it
or
is what
dogs?
it is.
They're not lot lizards, you guys. Or at least they're not lot lizards.
But after years of fight, you get numb to stuff. Yeah, I guess. That's what I'm saying. And if you can't do anything about it, then you just make the best of it. I think I got spoken up as a Gen Xer. We had a 10-year period where we were told that nuclear war was just a matter of time. I no longer have fear of what might happen. So let me tell you about that, Trax. I used to do.
Hi, everybody.
That's Quincy saying hi to us.
People are streaming me as I stream this. And hi, how are you guys doing out there?
That's Quincy saying hi to you guys, just so you know. I used to deliver newspapers.
Bernie, cut.
Quite a
If you live
few.
in an urban area like South Side of
And-
Chicago, it's a war zone. That's true.
This is the late
I've been to
80s, the
South
Reagan
Side
years.
Chicago preaching.
What you're just talking about, we were told that the bombs were going to drop.
Been to
the
South
whole
Side
time.
Chicago preaching is definitely
And it was
a war
all
zone.
over the front page of newspapers. So every morning when I'm putting newspapers, wrapping them, putting them in
More
the,
gunshots.
the little bags, so I could put them in my bicycle carrier and all that. And I'm reading the headlines, and
How come we can't see
every
that?
morning,
I want to see.
and then I would do it like 4 or 5 in the morning when it was really quiet in the city. And every once in a while, an airplane would come over my head, and I would freak out and wonder, is that the bomb?
Let me ask you guys this: do you guys think that this
It
possibly
would
is
freak me out.
that we?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm a Gen Xer too, honestly. I mean, it's easy to say that because we are Gen Xers, but I think, we're the last,
Bit off.
we were the
more than
final
we thought.
generation that got to live in both analog.
Do you think we're being
and
lied
digital.
to? I mean, I'm asking honestly.
So we have experiences that younger generations don't.
Do you think that they're just completely being wiped
Knowledge
out,
that
and
older generations don't.
taken out as
That's where bomb shelters, earthquake. Yep.
you think, or
Yep.
our leaders make it
Well, I'm from
sound?
the Midwest, so we had tornado drills, and there wasn't much difference between a tornado drill and a
Like seriously,
big one coming drill.
or do you think this is more of a fight than what they thought? I kind of honestly think we're being lied to about something, because I feel like the things that I've reported on in the past 3-4 days, and it's sort of about where I'm kind of like ahead of what ends up coming out.
I agree. I agree with Quincy. We aren't being told the whole story. I don't know if we're being
think this
deliberately
is
lied to,
okay.
but we're definitely having lies by omission. We're not getting the whole story about what's going on over there. And my hot take is Israel is pulling the strings right now. And Bibi's getting away with things that he shouldn't be getting away with. And we're helping him do it. I'm not 100% sure we're the good guys.
Thank you for the Cash App again, Kimberly. $10 Cash App. This is going
No, I'm not
according to the Bible. Yes,
expert,
it is.
So
Yes.
don't
And I do think we're
form any opinion
the way this is
based on mine.
escalating, the way people are
But I'm
talking,
just telling you what my
different
opinion
countries,
is.
I think we are
I'm not
seriously
100% sure
rapidly
we're the good guys right now,
progressing.
and that bothers
But
me.
here's the thing, and I said this
I
earlier
like to be
before I
confident
left the
that we're the
church.
good guys.
My question is this, are we doing this?
See,
Like, okay, so
Brendan just
is
said
it
he
a
feels it too.
self-fulfilled
Quincy
prophecy?
and I
And what I
usually
mean by that
usually
is because
think
there's
on
a
the
lot of
same,
people
on the same.
that
I'm
Trump is
sorry.
close to
Get under your desk drill. We're always go, yep, did a lot of those.
that kind of
Somebody said Illinois. I grew up in Ohio, so
geared
I hear
toward
both of you. Which one can you not
Catholicism
hear?
thing and the original Crusaders type of stuff. So my thing is, are we as human beings trying to self-fulfill prophecy by putting things and doing things and putting things in places, doing things in order to hopefully usher in return of Christ or the rapture?
Can you guys hear Quincy
So
when
some
I
of
stop
that makes
talking?
me
Is that the
wonder
problem? We
and
can't
think
both
that
talk at the
could be
same
happening
time.
as well. Because leaders and all these people know that
Copy that.
about the Bible, about prophecy. Like that's probably one of the most biggest things about the Bible that people really care about. They don't,
Day after.
like, honestly,
Scariest movie of my life.
they look for end time prophecy. They look for, you know, the end of the world type of thing. So do you think that there are certain people moving and doing things in order to try to push that to make it happen? And I kind of do a little bit. And if that here, and I said this before I went to church, if that happens and it's not the right timing according to God's will, right, and his timing, that could cause a great, huge falling
Oh, you guys are
away
not
because people are
breaking down too
expecting
much for you to
end times,
understand.
people
All
are
right, I'll mute them.
expecting this and that.
I understand.
And we got to remember that things have to,
because of my crappy computer. But anyways, thanks for letting me know, Caveman. The Day After movie came out while I was doing that paper route stuff. So I'm watching that movie and reading the nuclear headlines and going through all the scares of the Reagan era all at the same time. Yeah, Sand Tiger, I don't know how you couldn't be bothered by that, honestly. I'm not a scary person. I don't get scared of a lot of things, but that movie gave me nightmares for a while. That movie hit me hard. And I've looked at it because there was like an anniversary of it recently, not too long ago. So I looked it up and watched it again, and I'm like, holy man, if what am I trying to say? It's not a bad movie now. And if it got remade with modern technology, holy mackerel. If they made The Day After with today's technology and production values and all of that, that would be a crazy, crazy movie. Cujo's the only movie that's great. Yeah. Well, I have rots and pits and all of that. So to me, Cujo's kind of a comedy. It was very hyperbolic to me and a little irritating because they always use the same type of dogs to make bad dogs. And I have those kind of dogs. So it kind of irritates me a little bit, you know. Why couldn't they made? Of course, they're not going to make Cujo with a golden retriever. But I've seen golden retrievers that act like Cujo. Meanwhile, my Rotties are sitting there loving on 2-year-olds and, you know, want to be lap dogs. I don't think I ever watched Salem's Lot. I was never into the like witchcraft kind of demonic kind of movies like that. He was rabid. Yes, he was rabid. I've luckily never had to experience that with my dogs. I've never had a rabid dog, but yeah. But it's always the same type of dogs in every movie and even in background parts in movies. You know, somebody hops a fence accidentally into a junkyard with dogs in it. It's mean Rottweilers. It's always Rottweilers or pit bulls. And my boys, well, my boy now, one of them, I lost one of them a week ago. But anyways, I don't want to get into that. They should make it with Chihuahua. Well, you know what? We have a Chihuahua too, and that Chihuahua is way more of an asshole than the big boys. but they use Rottweilers a lot of times to be the bad dogs, to be the mean dogs. And Rottweilers are not mean dogs, only if they're raised that way. Rottweilers and pit bulls are very loyal and very loving, very caring dogs by nature. My parents would take me driving theaters, watch Disney film, and stay for slasher film. Yeah, I remember that. Because they assume you're going to fall asleep. But yeah, I mean, like I'm around dogs a lot because I'm a dog person. If you watch my live streams, you'll see I stop everything when I see a dog, and I even go pet Antifa's dogs and all of that because dogs don't know. Dogs don't have politics. Dogs don't have religion. None of that stuff. Dogs are innocent, and I don't like being mean or ignoring dogs. That's what makes a good dog, is getting lots of love and lots of attention. Cujo was a Saint Bernard. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah. You're right. What about Chachi? Chachi's awesome. I go down there specifically to pet Chachi. Chachi is cool. Chachi's tough too. Chachi got sprayed a couple days ago, and he's doing good from what I hear. I seen a picture of him and heard reports, and Chachi's doing good, but he's like a little Chihuahua mix and actually got sprayed in the middle of a tussle, and he's hanging in there. That dog's tough as nails. Chachi's the man. Chachi's a trooper, especially for a little dog. All dogs are good based on who has them. Agreed. A bad dog is not a bad dog's fault. A bad dog is the owner's fault. Oh, it was yesterday, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. My schedule, my days and nights all blend together. I have to have my phone keep reminding me whether I have to work tonight or not. So I'm not very good at calendars. I wake up, I look at my phone and see, do I have to work tonight or not? And that's about the extent of my knowledge. And if it says I don't have to work, then I ask my wife, what chores do I have to do? Work night also, so I know you're paying. Yeah, the world ends up kind of blurring and melting all together. Your days, it gets tough sometimes. And I literally, on a regular basis, do 24-hour runs without sleep twice a week. Because I do 4 on and 3 off. And I have to switch the 4 on, I'm on the night schedule, and then the weekends, the 3 off, I'm on a day schedule. So I literally most weeks go 2 24-hour cycles with no sleep to readjust my sleep schedule. And that really doesn't help my mental capacity at all. Yeah, I don't do doctor appointments, but yeah, you're right. That's one of the very, very, very few benefits of working nights is it leaves your daytime open to get stuff. Because nowadays, a lot of stuff closes at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. How in the hell does that make any sense? People don't get off of work until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. My wife, when she has appointments, has to call into work to make appointments because you can't go after work. I can't sleep with the lights up. Yeah, blackout curtains, brother. Blackout curtains are the shit, let me tell you. And I've almost got to the point where I can't sleep in the dark. I've always been a second shift person because my wife and I spent a lot of years working in bars. And so we were second shift people. But now that I'm a third shift person, I almost have to wait until the sun comes up to go to sleep. And that sucks because I'm falling asleep when everybody else is getting up. So that makes it hard to sleep because I have a 2-year-old grandson and we have a family of 5 in our house and it's not a real big house. So the fact that as soon as I'm starting to fall into REM sleep, I have a 2-year-old bouncing all over the house, boom, 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 and it wakes me right back up. So a lot of times I will go a week getting 3-4 hours of sleep a night, and it takes its toll after a while. And then sooner or later, you just crash. I've literally fallen asleep for 12 hours straight with all of my clothes on, even my boots, because I'll just get to the house and crash. And my wife will say, I tried to wake you up, and I can't even argue. Well, if you're an empty nester, that makes it a lot easier. You can do what you want in your house. Trust me, I'm waiting, hoping, and praying for the day that we become empty nesters. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but I pray for it because it sure would be nice to enjoy our own house and we could have our own schedule and do things that we want to do without having to worry about other people either interrupting or us interrupting them. Or he's Mexican, he likes it hot. Wow, what did I miss there? Where did that come from? He's Mexican, he likes it hot. I don't know where that came from. Oh, my favorite breakfast burrito place. Okay, that's where we're getting it. Gotcha. Okay, I had to read back to the chat to understand what that meant. Like I said, sometimes I'm a little slow on the take, and it's because I'm half asleep. I'm in a perpetual state of zombiness. Shit. What time is it? Does that say 11:20? 11:20. That's not bad. I think BC is behind. You mean BCP? It's probably because if you're looking at it, there's a delay because mine keeps buffering. And every time I buffer his stream, it pauses it for a split second. And if you do that, talking about Chachi getting maced. Okay, now that's even funnier. I'm a Midwest corn-fed white guy. Yeah, me too. Sort of. But I've worked farms in Missouri and all of that. So I guess I could say I'm a Midwest corn-fed white guy. So my feed is probably a little behind what Quincy is actually showing because I'm not taking the time to go back to the original tab and fast forward it and all that. I'm just letting it go. We're talking about other stuff. If you guys want me to take the time to fix it, I will. Otherwise, I'm just going to let it be. Because we're still seeing it. Yeah, Chachi likes it hot. He likes the spicy, right? That dog is so cool. That dog is always happy. I have never seen that dog not happy. His tail is constantly going. He's got bright eyes, and that is one of the happiest dogs I've ever seen, dude. That dog is awesome. Oh my goodness. All right. So if you guys will permit me about a minute and a half here, I got to go shine my light around. So 90 to 120 seconds later, I will be sitting right back down here. And I will see you guys in a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, what'd I miss? We'll get the bad guys. Yeah, there are no bad guys, thankfully. Oh, I filled the Jenny just before I went online to the absolute brim because it did that to me last night. It wasn't as full as I thought it was, and I ended up sitting here in the dark, in the cold, because somebody forgot to fill the gas jug. Thank you for the welcome back. He's a great little dog. What were we talking about? The Wayans are back at the helm of this one. Scary Movie 6. Yeah, I wasn't really into that. I'm not into the scary movie stuff. I like stuff that has more of a reality base to it. And I like sci-fi, oddly enough. Not as much as some people. I couldn't like tell you what movies are what usually, but I like watching sci-fi. I like long sci-fi series. Futuristic. Like there was a series a while years ago came out called The 100. I like that one. I like watching. I'm a Trekkie, not a Star Wars guy. I like Star Wars, don't get me wrong, but actually I've kind of changed, to be honest, in the last however long. I think it's because they haven't made a good Star Trek movie in a while. And so I kind of got into Star Wars a little more, and I have family members that are huge Star Wars fans. So, but anyways, what's the last documentary that you watched? Oh goodness, I guess it depends on how you label a documentary, because I watch things on history a lot. I don't know. I don't think any of you guys are Portlanders on here right now. So there's a Portland documentarian, I guess they're called documentarian. I don't have Apple TV. Steve the Historian is a guy that does a lot of the history of Portland. I like to know the history of where I live, and I watch a lot of history on Cleveland because that's where I grew up and watch stuff about the Great Lakes area because, like I said, that's where I grew up. And then I watch. I can't remember the name of the channel. But there's a guy that does a lot of, how would you say it, like military history, but the really old stuff like Roman Empire campaigns, and I'm really into learning about how the history of our nations. I'm Anglo-Saxon, as it gets. I'm Norwegian and English. So I'm guessing that, somewhere my ancestry came from the Vikings conquering the British Isles, and all of that. So I'm into that kind of stuff. Like I really got into, I know it's drama, but I got into the Viking series a lot, especially in the later seasons when Ragnar was trying to set up his farming communities on the British Isles and that. Because that's kind of where my ancestry comes from. But the history of how, Hadrian's Wall and how it split northern Britain, Scotland area from Lower Britain, and the Roman Empire, which is thousands of miles away, would send people to man Hadrian's Wall. And here's the thing that I like, because I also like historical dramas. So I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan. And what I like to do is with what I know about history, figure out where the ideas came from for series like that. So if you look at the map of Game of Thrones, the seven kingdoms actually resemble Brittany, ancient Britain and stuff like that. And then the wall, the ice wall that separates oh man, my words aren't even coming right now, but the zombies, the White Walkers and all that, the wall that keeps the North from coming down into the Seven Kingdoms is actually based on Hadrian's Wall on the British Isles. And you have the Seven Kingdoms, you have, the actual main kingdom where, like I said, it would take me a minute I haven't watched it in a bit. So, but the main section all the way from, where the Red Keep is all the way up to the, to Winterfell, and all of that is based on actual British Isle. And then you have Dawn that is based on the Middle East, the Persians. And it's like, if you know the histories of, say, the Middle Ages, even a working knowledge of it, and then you watch Game of Thrones, it makes more sense. And I have watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms enough to know that now it's going to be Night of the Nine Kingdoms. Dorne is based in the Middle East, yeah. But yeah, now it's going to be Night of the set Nine Kingdoms because Egg corrected him. So that should tell you, yes, I have watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms. And hopefully that's not a spoiler for anybody. I tried to turn it on a couple nights ago before I realized that we had just seen the season finale a week and a half ago. So I was really disappointed. So I ended up watching some stupid sci-fi movie that was basically an hour and 40 minutes of liberal propaganda. And I'll mention it really quickly. I don't want to get into the whole conversation again, but if you're interested in liberal way of thinking and where they get their ideas from and how they think that the world is shaping up, watch the movie 87. It came out in 2024, I believe. It's called 87. It's on, I don't know what else it's on, but I watched it on HBO Max because, like I said, I was looking for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and I kind of accidentally caught it. The description of it said, "Oh, a lady caught in dystopian future," and I'm like, "Oh, that's right along. That's along the lines of stuff I like to watch." I'll admit I like watching. What's the series with the factions that there's like 3 or 4 movies with the short-haired girl and the different factions, and they end up leaving the city later on with her boyfriend Lincoln Ford and all that. What I can't remember the name of it. Oh, it's driving me nuts now. I can't think of the name of those movies. You guys know which one I'm talking about. When I say factions, you should know which movie I'm talking about. Kate Hudson, Divergent. Thank you, Drax. Yeah, I like the Divergent series. I like the Hunger Games because, not necessarily because they're full of girly drama, and that's not really why I watch it, though. What interests me is the possibilities of us actually living in societies like that. And I will watch them and look for clues to where it ties into what is really, really happening. Maze Runner. I think I watched that once, not enough to really comment on it. But yeah, that's another one though, because that's based in a future society where, there's haves and have-nots, and there's, the people that are living in the future, and then people that are stuck in the past because they're lesser, financially lesser and all that. There's always an upper class and a lower class. And you'll notice in all these dystopian predictions, is what I call them, because just like Orwell's 1984, science fiction, if you wait long enough, becomes reality. if you watch these, especially the old ones, if you watch sci-fi from 40 years ago, there's a lot of stuff that we have near future sci-fi. A lot of people like watch the old Star Trek with William Shatner. And a lot of the things you see on the Enterprise and that the Enterprise crew had, flip phones is the biggest example. Their tricorders are what we have as flip phones now. And it's like, but that's the thing. If you watch science fiction and then you wait around long enough, it becomes science fact. It's stuff that we have. And everybody's theorizing about the chicken and the egg. Everybody's wondering if the people that write these, like Gene Roddenberry and things of that, had some kind of inside track on technology that was being developed and maybe knew all this stuff was coming, and that made its way into their writings. That's kind of a cool rabbit hole to go down. I'm trying to think of what the theory is. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, never mind. If I can't think of the name of it, it's not going to make any sense. And I'll think of it for my next live stream. But Hollywood predicts things. And it's, there's theories that somehow it goes down the time travel wormhole or rabbit hole. I'm sorry. Freudian slip there. Because you need a wormhole to time travel. I'm a big MCU fan. I'm a big Marvel Comics fan. The Marvel Comics universe is MCU. And they came out with the Loki series. Me being Norwegian and like reading about Norwegian mythology and stuff, I've always been interested in the gods and in the realms and all of that. So I really got into Thor and Loki and those. So when the series Loki came out, and I had no idea what to expect, and then they went on this timekeepers theme, I guess. I want to say timeline, but that's kind of cliche-ish. I don't know. Let me know. Put a one in the chat if you've watched Loki and you know what I'm talking about. The series Loki. For to the God of War series. I'm not sure what that is. I think I should. I think I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar enough to answer that correctly. Okay, so Drax, that doesn't surprise me. You seem like the kind of person that would have watched Loki. That does not surprise me at all. I was expecting you to say yes. If anybody else is familiar with the Loki series, let me know, and it will make more sense. Because if you watch it with the right frame of mind, you can almost believe it. You can sit there and say, this actually could be real. This actually could be happening, and we just don't know. Oh, okay. You see, I don't do video games. That's probably why I'm not that familiar with it. I'm not a gamer at all. So, but I think I pretty much have heard of it. And I like Halo and things like that. It seems like the ones I've seen that come based off of popular gaming usually are pretty good. I liked Halo. I'm a Dune fan. I like the Dune movies. I was thinking they put the idea out in their books and someone else goes, that'd be cool if you could do that and try and make it real thing like Carson. But that's the other possibility too. And that's why I'm saying there's a chicken or an egg thing going on. Which comes first? Don't forget, I'm saving up for a $5,000 game. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I guess you put it in that light, it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, the chicken or the egg thing, because that's, either they saw it in the movie and created it, or it was being created and it slipped into Hollywood. So you wonder which one came first. But like I said, if you watch sci-fi long enough and wait long enough, you can wait long enough to see it become science fact. And those are the kind of things I watch. I watch things that could be real. You know, sometimes it's a stretch, obviously, like superhero movies and stuff like that, but it could be in the future. It could happen. They tried to make the shoes in a hoverboard from Back to the Future. Yeah. Well, they have created some things like them, not exactly, but they've come close. There are things that resemble it. But I always wonder that too. It's like being, you know, those of us that are Gen Xers understand. We grew up with rabbit ears, bro. We grew up with our dad telling us to put a soda can on top of rabbit ears to watch 7 or 8 channels on a black and white floor model TV. And now we're all talking to each other on laptops and PCs and phones all around the country. So we've seen the world change drastically. I mean, look at the cars that we drove. I don't know about you guys, but we were talking about driving movies earlier. And I remember seeing the original Star Wars in a sleeping bag laying on the top of my parents' station wagon in the middle of a triple screen drive-in movie theater, trying to watch 3 movies at once in a 70s station wagon with a big block that got 6 miles to the gallon, whatever. And now we have Teslas. We literally have flying cars. But at the very least, we have electric cars. We have personal aircraft. We have millionaires that are sending personal vehicles to outer space. Rear seat face backwards. Yes, we had a couple of those too. But like I said, there was just enough room for us kids to stretch out on the roof of the station wagon because obviously they have the really long roofs. Funny thing, if you asked me if I'd be on a chat, would talk all over the world with people, I would ask you back then if you were. Absolutely. Yeah, right? Right? You guys are spread out all over the damn country and we're just chilling like we're neighbors on a personal computer. So when I was in 4th grade, which would, let me see, I probably started school in 76, so somewhere around 1980-ish, I believe would have been 4th grade. Yeah, because I graduated in 88, so 8 years before that. Yeah, about 1980. They came out with, in our school district, there was GATE, G-A-T-E, Gifted and Talented Education. I was tested as a really smart kid. I was a smart kid. So I was always in honors classes and programs and stuff like that. And I got put in the GATE program, the Gifted and Talented Education. Well, part of that program was in 1980, as a 4th grader, I started learning about computers. Now, granted, in 1980, I laughed about it and I said, this is stupid. Why am I learning about this? I think if I remember right, it was a Commodore computer, maybe something like that, way back in the day. And so in 1980, we started learning about computers. And I was like, this is really, really stupid. What are we doing? This is a gimmick. This is not going to go anywhere. Yeah, basic garbage in, garbage out. That's what I remember. They pounded it in our head. Learning basic, garbage in, G-I-G-O. Garbage in, garbage out. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. And then after a couple years, and it wasn't like a full-time class. It was something that we did for a couple hours a week, basically, because it was a extracurricular program. And then I got out of that. You got to see Mr. Bill Troll art. I did K2. I saw your yeah, it was a Commodore. Thank you. That's what I thought. I saw your caricature of Mr. Bill there, K2. But anyway, so then, got to 6th, 7th grade, went into middle school, wasn't in that program anymore, completely forgot about computers. I was like, that was a waste of my time. I would have rather learned how to work on cars or something, I've always been a gearhead since I was young. I was like, I don't want to learn how to type on a keyboard. That's for girls. I want to go wrench on a big block Chevy, So I forgot about it. And you didn't hear a whole lot about it for some reason. Now, mind you, I ended up in Cleveland, Ohio School District, Cleveland Public Schools, which was probably in the bottom 5 school districts in the entire nation. So didn't get a real good education out of that. Texas Instrument Computers were I remember TIs. Never got in that class. And I just didn't care about it. And I basically just forgot about it forever. And we were a poor family. Even if we wanted a computer, we couldn't afford it. Yes, caveman. I love that. It's kind of funny that building just burnt down too. Because I think that was a different building than the Snack Shack. So that being the case, I never went in the indoor theater. You being from Newburgh, you may have. But I've been going to that. I used to go to that one and the one in Dallas. And the one in Dallas closed down a few years ago. So now Newburgh is the only one in our area that's left. I don't know how far. I think there may be one somewhere out in like the Dalles or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, so then, I just thought computers were just nothing. It was a waste of my time. And then I got to be an adult, and a couple of my wealthier friends started coming up with iPhones and iPads and all this stuff. And I'm like, I got an MP3 player and a Nokia flip phone. I am fine. I'm good. I don't need any of that crap. It's all gimmicks. It's all a waste of time. Never thought I needed a laptop because I finally saved enough to get a tower for a PC because I wanted my kids to know about computers, thankfully. And used to make fun of people that had smartphones. I'm like, that's absolutely ridiculous. But all these things that I laughed about and all of these things that I thought were fads and hype are all now crucial to our everyday life. We can't live without them. And that's funny. And it was all sci-fi. I used to make fun of my roommate and tell him that he couldn't get off of his, I called it Run the World phone, because he had the latest iPhone and he could do all this stuff on it. And I'm like, you could literally sit on the living room couch and run your world from that phone. Ha 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 ha. Little did I know that now people do actually run the world from their phones. But see, that's the thing we were talking about earlier is being Gen Xers. And it seems like a bunch of us in here are Gen Xers. And we watched that evolve. We watched that happen. That is a fresh explosion, I think. If he's on live, that I have not seen that smoke yet. But us Gen Xers watched this all develop. When we were kids, we had gas guzzling cars, black and white TVs, rotary phones with curly cords, hopefully long enough to go to the next room. We thought it was a technological advancement when we got voice, what do you call them? Answering machines, telephone answering machines. We thought it was awesome. Oh my God, we're not going to miss a phone call. Somebody can leave a message for us. Look at it now. That's the most ridiculous thing. Latchkey kids worrying about nuclear war. Yep. Yeah, when cordless phones came out, we thought that was huge. You had to get up to change the channel on a rotary knob, and then you had to pick between UHF and VHF. You had like, what was it, 1 through 12, where the main channels were, and then you put it on VHF or the other one, whichever the other one was, and you had the rest of the 40 channels or something like that on the little dial. And then you had to turn the click thing, and then you had to use the ring to exact it in. The ring around the dial, you had to move that to make the channel come in really good. These kids these days have no idea. None. Elvira horror movies. Yeah. In Cleveland, we had the guy's name was Superhost. And he was this really, I mean, you look back now and you'd swear the guy was a Chino, but this really over-the-top, ridiculous clown costume superhero that was like Elvira. He hosted Friday night movies. And yeah, it's crazy, but that's what we remember. That's what we remember our parents yelling on the front porch that the street lights were on. It was time to come home. We remember newspapers on the front porch, or some of us delivered newspapers, and having to wait until the 6 o'clock news to see actual news feeds and pictures from around the world. We remember all that. And you guys remember having a little paper written note to go to the corner store and buy your dad a pack of cigarettes, and the guy would let you. Chasing the mosquito fogger? I don't know that I did that one. But we used to throw things at the bug zappers. Are you talking about the mosquito fogger truck and chasing it on your bicycle? Because I've seen people do that. I've heard kids talk about doing that in the past, but yeah, I don't know that we were quite allowed to do that. My parents were kind of strict. I grew up too. Howard Faust, don't be proud of the fact that you grew up, because I'm not. I don't want to grow up. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Remember that? Caveman, you have a good night, buddy. Thanks for joining us. It was DDT. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I chased the ice cream truck. Yep. And see, I tell everybody, I have a story that goes along with the ice cream truck. And these young kids, they don't get it. They're so entitled, and they don't understand the value of things and the value of working for things. So the ice cream truck story I have, I'll tell you really quick. So we had a big 100+ pound black lab growing up, and she made big poops. She could lay a pile of poop bigger than my laptop. And we lived in the city, so we didn't have very big backyard. So the backyard would get full of dog poop really fast. And in the summertime, you could hear, because we lived in the city, and the monster logs, yeah. And the blocks are kind of close. And so you could hear a couple streets away, you could hear the ice cream truck coming. And all the neighborhood kids are running back to their house to go get quarters for the ice cream truck. And I do the same, and I go. My dad was home. I would say, "Dad, give me some change for the ice cream truck. Everybody else is getting ice cream. I want ice cream too." And he would tell me, he would hand me a trash bag and say, "The shovel's on the back porch, and if you can go in the backyard and have all that dog poop picked up before the ice cream truck disappears, I'll give you money to go get ice cream from the ice cream truck." He made me earn everything. You did not get handed anything, because his opinion was, if I have to work for this money, so do you. You tell a kid that nowadays and you'll get charged with child abuse. But that's how we Gen Xers were raised. And that's why we're better. That's why we're a better generation. Because we get taught stuff like this. We were told you don't deserve anything, you earn things. You deserve what you earn. You don't get things just because you're here. And these kids nowadays, that's their thing. Oh, I'm here. I should get this. Okay, why? What did you do to deserve that? Well, because I'm here and somebody else has it, so I should have it. That's not how we were raised. That's not how it works. And they think just because they're around something that it's theirs, or because you have something that you allow them to use, that it's theirs and they're entitled to it. Bullies were right about, yeah. I was just telling my wife, we were talking about some long stories today, some old school stuff from when we were younger. And I told her, I says, 99% of my friends that ended up being good friends, we threw hands when we met. We would fight, we would get over it, we would laugh about it, and then become good friends. And that's how it worked. Nothing, we didn't get shit for free, man. Nothing. You wanted fun, you made it. We built forts and clubhouses. We created our own baseball diamonds. Me and my friends were into BMX riding. We got shovels and hoses that we sold neighbors from the neighbor's water hose, and we built our own BMX tracks. If you wanted to skateboard, you had to risk getting caught by a security guard, so even that wasn't free. And you had to go mow lawns for a week to save up money to go buy that. So yeah, base for snowball fights. Yeah, we built a lot of igloos and stuff like that growing up in the Midwest. I kind of miss that a lot. I really like when it snows. Everybody wonders why I get so excited when it snows. They don't know. I spent 25 years with Lake Erie winters. So yeah, we made more than jumps. We built entire tracks. And I'm talking, 10 teenagers with shovels and rakes and sickles to cut down the grass and all of that for weeks. And then when we got to ride that track, we had the biggest smiles out of anybody in town. And that was our track. And you weren't allowed to ride on it unless we told you you could ride on it. But we earned that. It wasn't just there and we took it over. We built it. We were teenagers, high schoolers, some of them younger, some of them maybe middle schoolers. And we were out there putting in hard labor in, 95-degree Southern California sun at that point. That was when I lived in California for a few years. And literally it's 95 degrees in San Diego sun. And we're out there with shovels. And that's why we had the water hoses, because I think we watered ourselves more than we watered the tracks because it was so hot. I used to like to go, I lived in a town probably 20, 25 miles away from the beach. And when I was in California, I became a surfer. And I wanted to be able to go to the beach and surf. So I would have to, I went in, and my dad was nice enough to give me an old lawnmower that barely kept running. And I would go mow lawns to make money to catch the bus to go have fun. And when my bicycle broke, that lawnmower money fixed my bicycle, bought me a used surfboard and the wax to go on it. And if I wanted cool parachute pants or Puma shoes, then I went and earned it. I either sold bike parts or fixed people's bikes or mowed lawns or whatever it took. Because I don't know about you guys, but my parents didn't give me stuff. They gave me the means to create a way for me to buy this stuff. They didn't give me shit. They're like, here, this is how you earn it. This is how you make it so you can have it. And I think our generation is better for it. I really do. That's why I think we're one of the, right now, We're one of the best generations. I still believe the greatest generation was the greatest generation of our lifetime, even though it's a little before our lifetime, but they were still alive when we were alive. They're our grandparents. And I have extreme, extreme respect for anybody who was in World War II. A World War II vet gets more respect than anybody in my book. But outside of that, and that's why, because they served our country and they helped win a world war. So that's why they get respect. But outside of that, I think our generation was the most badass. Because we learned from the School of Hard Knocks. And we had actual books when we went to school. We had to carry a backpack with 25 pounds worth of books in it that were covered in paper bag book covers that we created with scissors and tape. We didn't even get cool books. We had to make our book covers. And apparently we were too dumb to not write on our books, so our teachers made us have book covers. And then we had to lug them back and forth because we actually had homework that we had to read books to do. And I remember one of the very few things that my dad splurged on with paper bags. Yeah, grocery bags. You made book covers, and then you took your colored crayons or your colored pencils and markers and whatever, and you made cool designs on the outside of it so that it was your personal book until the end of the season, end of the school year. But one of the big things we splurged on, like I said, we were pretty poor growing up. But one of the things we splurged on, and I found out later that my dad had to do like 24 payments, monthly payments of however much money to buy these. But we were special because we had the entire set of Encyclopedia Britannica and a couple of dictionaries and thesaurus to go with it. And they were on a bookshelf in the living room for everybody to see, because that made us something special. We had something that not everybody else had. And every time I asked a question, my parents pointed at that bookshelf. Go look it up. Go look it up. They're not going to tell me anything, and we couldn't jump on this and Google or Grok it. We had to look in dictionaries or look in the table of contents, or sometimes what do they call that, the bibliography or whatever that's in the back that tells all that tells all of the books that it was based on and the references and stuff. Is that bibliography? Is that what it's called? I don't remember what it's called in the back of it now. Rub some mud on it and keep going. Amen to that. I did construction for 35 years. I probably have more sawdust in my bloodstream than blood, because you just rub some sawdust on it, cover it in duct tape, and away you go. And I would get 20 somethings that would come and work for me, and they'd get a splinter in their finger and have to go home. Oh, I smashed my thumb with a hammer. I need 2 days off in a safe space. I've literally seen people chop off appendages, fingers and toes, and be back to work by the end of the day. Oh, yeah. Actually, Drax, I did at one point in time have to walk uphill both ways, because there was a valley in between me and my elementary school. So I literally had to walk uphill both directions, and sometimes in a foot of snow. So that I can claim that story is absolutely true in my case, because there was a valley in between me and my elementary school. So true. Look it up. Yep. That's what my parents would say all the time. I come to find out it's probably because my parents didn't know and they weren't going to admit that. But it gave me a craving for knowledge that I still have to this day. But yeah, that's Gen X, man. And those of us that are Gen X have every reason to be proud of it, because I hate to say it, but it seems like it's going downhill since. And a lot of it has to do with the school system, but that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, we had to figure things out on our own, and our parents just left us alone. Parents were like, he'll figure it out. They just left you alone to figure it out. Latchkey kids. So we did. We learned problem solving from a young age because nobody solved our problems for us. And it had to work for everything. And that's why Gen X is Gen X. And that's why a lot of us just sit back and laugh at all of the drama and so-called problems of the younger generation. You guys got no clue. You have no idea what it was like to be 8 years old and have to make your own macaroni and cheese dinner because both your parents were at work until 9 o'clock at night. We'd be gone for 5 hours. I'm talking all weekend sometimes, Drax. As long as you were in the yard when the street lights came on, your parents didn't ask any questions. If you weren't bleeding, no broken bones, and nobody else's parent was knocking on the door with an angry face, then you're okay. They didn't care. Did you have fun? Are you still alive? All right, go do your homework. Metal bike pedals were terrible. Oh my God, if I could show you my shins look like hammered veal. Because I got into BMXing in the middle 80s when bear claws came popular. And no microwaves. Those metal bear claws tore my shins up. To this day, my shins look like hammered beef. No microwaves back then. Oh, looks like Quincy's signing off. No microwaves. Nope. We had to heat it up in the oven or eat it cold. Or we did a lot of reheating stuff on stovetop in little pots. I was just thinking of bear claws. You remember those? I ruined a lot of pants in the bike chain. Well, that's what started the fad about elastic bottoms. And then because unfortunately, bell bottoms were a craze. And then even when bell bottoms started going out, we were still wearing somewhat boot cuts. So the fad that I grew up with was cuffing and rolling the bottom of your pants. And that came because you're tired of getting them caught in bicycle chains. Yep, I had parachute pants. There was I hung out with some break dancers for a while. Parachute pants and Pumas, and then the Michael Jackson zipper jackets and neon. Even the boys, even the males wore the neon wristbands and headbands in the 80s. Yeah, I had a few pairs of parachute pants. I don't remember what were jam shorts. Are those like what, board shorts? Okay, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna find. It turned to a movie, and I don't want to get copyrighted, so I'm gonna find something else to. No. Videos, since we're having random conversations, anyways, not pertaining to anything. I can't get copyright if it's my video. Let's see, maybe something non-political. Maybe I should go to my other channel. Maybe I'll do that and see if you guys like that. We'll put on my my other channel and see if anybody is interested in what's going on over there. I also have a moto channel. If you're chatting, hang on a second. I can't see the chat while I do this browsing. So I don't know if you can see that. I think you can see what I'm seeing. But this is my photo channel. So if you want to check that out, it's a little bigger than this channel, but I've been working at it for a few more years. Let's find something that goes on for. Oh, we'll do this one. This will take us up and there's some good scenery in this one. If it loads. Stupid computer. All right, let's see what that looks like. All right, it's probably going to be choppy. Probably going to be choppy. Hopefully that'll clear up in a little bit. But this was last Memorial Day weekend, and I rode from North Bend, Coos Bay, back up to Yamhill County. So you'll see me going up the coast and going through some cool bridges and whatnot. Very choppy. Yeah, like I said, it's probably going to get better as we go along. Hopefully. Again, not my fault. Stupid computer. It might be better if I make it smaller. Let me try to make it smaller and see if that works. I was kind of hoping for the expanded view. But let's see if I make it smaller if it's not so choppy. Come on, what are you doing here? Oh, that's better. Let's see what it looks like on the screen. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to adjust it, but we'll let it go for a minute. Maybe once, because YouTube loads stuff ahead. So maybe once it loads up, it won't be so choppy. But in case you're wondering if anybody's into motorcycles, that's my motorcycle channel. Wouldn't hurt my feelings if you went and checked that out. Because in case you didn't know by now, I'm a biker, so. Santiago, yeah, that was on Conspiratards. I ended up making a short out of that. I'm trying to find, I went down to ICE last weekend, and had a big flag waving off the back and made a bunch of noise in front of the ICE building and whatever. And I still haven't found out who's got it on film yet, but when I do, I'm going to post it. Bee's Knees subscribe. Well, thank you, Bee's Knees. Hopefully you're still on here to hear me say thank you. Getting more subscribers. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Smash that like button. I'm really trying to grow this channel, so every little bit helps, and it doesn't cost you anything. So if you want to help me out a little bit, show me a little bit of support just by clicking a couple of buttons. That would be awesome. And like I said, if you're into bike content, that's my other channel that we're watching right now. You can see the name on the screen. If you wanted to give that a like and a subscribe too. I'm over the monetized mark on that one, but due to life circumstances, I've kind of been slacking on that channel. So there's not much new on it, but I've got 3 years of content on that channel. So, and if you watch it not through this restreaming, it's going to be a lot cooler. Trust me. But that's what I do when I'm not doing politics stuff. Is I do motorcycle stuff. I actually started my own club for a while. It didn't pan out very well. Most new clubs don't last more than a year, and ours didn't either. We were a statistic. But I had a group for a few years that we tried to turn into a club, and then it fell apart. But I had a riding group, and my wife and I put a lot of time and effort into that, and we did a lot of good stuff for some people. So that's kind of why I got out of the political realm for a while, because I focused on my motorcycle stuff. And now it's come full circle, and I'm focusing more on my political stuff than my motorcycle stuff. But I still do. I try to combine them when I can. And you don't feel more American than when you're riding a Harley to a flag wave. That's a pretty American feeling, let me tell you. I enjoy it immensely. And my motorcycle's my therapy, so it's like opening a restaurant not likely to succeed. Yeah, unfortunately, that is correct. Unfortunately. And there's a million reasons for it. But at the as long as everybody's cool, I'm not the one that has to have all the attention and has to be in control, whatever. Try to facilitate people being happy. And if you're happier somewhere else, then I'm the type of friend that's going to encourage that. I want you to be happy. It doesn't necessarily have to be with me or around me. Ride to live to ride. Yes, exactly. And that is what I do. Nicholas, did you just get in here? I don't remember seeing you come. Welcome back, Nicholas Barchak. My God, I don't. Motorcycles are always true freedom, in my opinion. Well, obviously, I agree. If you were in Portland, you could start a gender-neutral bike club. Freya could join. Drax, you pay attention to stuff. You pay attention to stuff, sir. I'm pretty sure you're a sir. It looks like a sir icon there. So I'm going to assume you're a sir. You pay attention if you know enough to make that comment. But yeah, I'm not going to extend that invitation, especially to that person. Now, here's the thing. I ride with liberal-minded people all the time. But the reason why I got out of politics for a little bit is because I was starting the bike group in the bike club, motorcycle club, and I've always made it a point to. I was watching Tommy Temper, and they were nuts over there. I've always kept it a point to separate my motorcycle life from my political life, because I do have biker friends that are not conservative minded, but they are my friends, and they wouldn't be my friends if they weren't patriotic, if they weren't American, you know what I mean? But still have little liberal tendencies and whatnot. Hell, I have a friend that voted for Kamala, and we laugh about it and argue about it. So I've always tried to keep them separate, because when somebody wants to ride with me, I don't ask who they voted for. I just ride. And if we share that interest and we both have the same passion for being on two wheels and discovering scenery and long roads and stuff like that, then it's something we have in common. And I'm not going to emphasize the differences between us. And motorcycle riders come in all shapes, sizes, religions, political backgrounds, beliefs, whatever. And I don't want petty arguments to get in the way of that. I discovered that shortly after. I used to have a property that was big enough. I had biker parties on our property, my wife and I's property. And I'm talking weekend long with live bands, 50 bikes in the yard, stuff like that. And they were usually fundraisers. benefit concerts, whatever, for whatever cause our group wanted to back that time. And after one of them, somebody that I had known for a while, I didn't see him. I didn't see him or his wife come around for a while. And I asked my wife, I'm like, well, what happened to them? Why do we not see him anymore? And he said his wife said that you were too political and she felt uncomfortable because I had an old barn that the stage would be by, and I had Trump flags and Gadsden flag and everything hanging all around my yard. And it made his wife uncomfortable because she tries to stay out of political conversations. Not that we disagree. I don't know if we agreed or disagreed. I never got a chance to ask her. But it got me to thinking that our riding friends are our friends to ride. Our riding friends aren't necessarily into politics and don't want to get into those arguments. So I've tried to keep my motorcycle stuff because I've actually somewhat red-pilled a couple of people. We become friends over motorcycles and we ride and go out to lunch and whatever and share drinks together. And they're kind of on the fence, not hardcore either way. And inevitably, if you hang out for a while, they'll ask your opinion on stuff, especially when they see who I am and what I'm involved with. It comes out eventually. You can't hide it. If it's this, my activism is so much of my life that I can't hide it forever. And I don't hide it in my shop. I have flags and stickers all over my refrigerators and stuff like that. And I've taken my riding friends to rallies and whatnot. So they'll ask, and then they'll end up wanting to come with me to a Patriot event. But I won't push it. It's like religion. If you try to force your religion on somebody, you're going to push them away. I feel the same way about our hardcore patriotism. I think everybody should have patriotism. But our hardcore form of patriotism, i.e. activism, it can turn people off if you try and force them. So I just kind of let it happen organically, and it works better that way. So you won't see much political stuff. I have one. That's the funny thing, though. Here's the ironic part about everything I just said. So, like I said, I've been doing this channel probably since 2020, so 5 years now. The Dog on the Hog channel has been going by. I got a GoPro and that Harley for my 50th birthday and started the Dog on the Hog channel. One video on that whole channel is somewhat political, and it's because my road captain and I rode into a big protest in downtown Salem on accident and ended up riding our bikes through it. Got pissed off, half-ass ran over some protesters, and I have a camera that rides on the front of my fairing. So that whole event got filmed on my GoPro, and I threw it on my channel just for shits and giggles. It's about 3 minutes long, maybe something like that. Not very long. I think it's like 3.5 minutes long or something like that. And it sat on my channel with about 30 views for 3 years. And somebody somehow came across it and blew it the hell up. And it went viral. It's got over 1 million views now. And my channel exploded to the point where I could be monetized in like 3 weeks. I was stuck at like 300 subs on that channel for 2 years until somebody got that one video. And it's the one video on that entire channel that has something to do with politics. It's kind of ironically hilarious because motovlogging is kind of like a niche market. She's over 6 foot tall, with black hair and almost to her knees. What? Oh, my wife had friends in a sober riders club. The pack leader was a woman. One jerk whined his way. The answer was she never fails. Huh. Well, there are women clubs. And there are also multi-gender. See, that was the thing. So our club, I don't know how much you guys know about bikers, but clubs have confederations, and they're basically governing councils. A lot of people don't know that about biker clubs, is they actually have governing councils. Even the hardcore Big Five, Diamond Club, Outlaw, motorcycle clubs belong to a national organization that watches over, keeps the peace, makes treaties, stuff like this. Most 1% clubs, those are the hardcore guys that you guys will hear about in the news, are selective enrollment, which means they're almost always male, and they can be either a white club or a black club. Not very many mixed clubs. White people go to the white clubs, black people go to the black clubs. And they get along with each other most of the time, but they just rather hang out with people that share the same backgrounds and whatnot. So white clubs are white and black clubs are black. But there's also a different faction called the Confederation of Clubs, the COC, and that's where all of us go that have mixed clubs. And if you have women officers, if you have mixed races, if you have any of that, then you are considered in the COC, and that's where we had to go because we had that. We had multi-ethnicities, multi-ethnic members. We had female officers. 2 of them sat at the round table, my wife and our treasurer. We allowed anybody to ride with us that wasn't a D-bag. What about the movie Old Dogs? Not sure. Be more specific with the question, because I'm not sure I know that movie, Old Dogs. Maybe, but it's not ringing a bell right now. So be a little more specific with the question, and I'll be able to answer better. Took me a little bit to find it on YouTube. What, my Dog and the Hog channel was hard to find? Well, if that's the case, thank you for subbing. I can use every extra sub I can get. Sober riders were from clubs from all over Detroit area. Fun bunch for sure. I worked with many club bikers over the year. Yeah, if I remember right, Detroit is Pagans area. So a lot of pagan support clubs. It's either pagans or outlaws in Detroit. I'm not sure. Old Dogs with John Travolta and Robin Williams' middle-aged suburban bikers. Why have I not seen that? Because I know John Travolta did. Oh God, we just watched it. Oh my God, I can't think of the movie that he just did. That I just watched with Tim Allen and what's the black guy's name? He had his own show. Oh my God. I don't know, but I know it was the 4 of them that went on a bike thing. I thought they were tigers or lions in Detroit. Hi, Bill. We're talking about man stuff, sir. You can talk about baseball, football, all you want. How's it going, buddy? Glad to see you. It's awful late for you, man. It's after midnight. I feel extra special that you're in my room, buddy. After midnight, too? Wow. I thought you went to bed. That's why you dropped off. I'm going to have to watch that, Old Dogs. Somebody remind me of what the other movie is that I'm thinking about. With John Travolta and Tim Allen and who's the black guy from Bad Boys? Not Will Smith, but the other one from Bad Boys. Just Sports teams are animals. Yep. Who just lost their sports team? Is it the Chicago Bears that are disappearing because of all the woke stuff? I haven't really dug into that. I've just been seeing blurbs, but is Chicago losing the Bears because of wokeness? Wild Hogs, thank you. Wild Hogs, there you go. But Old Dogs, I'm not familiar with that. I'm gonna have to watch that because if it's as funny as Wild Hogs, then I'm definitely gonna like it. But yeah, am I right on that? Is it Chicago that's losing the Bears? That's crazy. The Bears. The Bears been there forever. Chilling. You just chilling, Bill? That's cool. It comes full circle. Like I said, I'm always chilling in yours, so it's kind of neat when you come chill in mine. I'm happy about that. I'm fairly certain that most of you in my chat came from Mr. Bill, but if you didn't and you're not familiar with only a Mr. Bill, you need to check him out. Mr. Bill, put your link in the chat because you know I don't know how. That it was driving me nuts. Thank you for Wild Hogs. Yeah, I was the same way. It was right on the tip of my tongue, and I couldn't pull it out of my head. Wild Hogs was hilarious. I love that movie with Ray Liotta too. God, somebody. Now, I have my phone right here. I can look it up. I'm an idiot. I forgot that I can look stuff up. All I have to do is type it in my phone, and it will tell me. And I think my favorite character was the old guy. Wild Hogs cast. Yeah, Peter Fonda was in that too. Oh, John Travolta's dad was in that movie. Oh, wow. Why does it make it all weird like this? William H. Macy. William H. Macy was... Oh, so you were thinking about Wild Hogs, Drax. Okay. Yeah, William H. Macy was my favorite character in that movie. He was just so... And I've had people like that ride with us, and it's hilarious. Oh, my God. Why is he not... I can't find him because he's black. I don't know. Why is he so far down the list when he's one of the main characters? Martin Lawrence. There you go. Martin Lawrence. So it's Tim Allen, John Travolta, William H. Macy, and Martin Lawrence. And then Ray Liotta playing the bad guy. Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies. Old Hogs has nothing to do with bikers. Okay, good. I didn't miss a movie then. Because I'm usually pretty good at catching up on movies that have to do with bikers for obvious reasons. Send the troublemakers your way. Well, they've got to be some kind of crazy if they want to hang out with me till 12:30 at night. Man, I didn't intend to really do this like this, but y'all been keeping me till 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. And even if there is only 10 or a dozen people on here, if you guys are still chilling with me, I'm at work. I got nowhere to be. So I'm honored to be your source of entertainment. Mr. Bill has to be like a playpen monitor sometimes. Yeah, that's a pretty apt description. Oh, that's why I'm getting warm. I forgot the heater was on. There we go. Oof. I'm dressed for outside and I got a heater right next to me. It's starting to get to me. Old Dogs is funny, but not a biker movie. Yeah, Mr. Bill's the man. My channel wouldn't be anywhere near where it is right now if it wasn't for Mr. Bill's support and help. So you'll never catch me saying anything bad about Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill's, even before that though, Mr. Bill will tell you, even before I started live streaming and whatnot, Mr. Bill and I have always been cool. We end up at the same places at the same time, and Mr. Bill's got a good heart. So I did not mind hanging out with him at all. All right, guys. I got to shine my light for a second. So like I said, give me another 120 seconds. I'm going to take a couple puffs and shine the light around, and I will be right back. Mr. Bill, say something funny and entertain my crew that you sent me, please. I will be right back in a moment. Oh, right. Yay. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. See if I got anything on here. Can't watch it on there. All right. Where are we at, Mr. Oh, nobody's talked since I left. Hope you guys don't mind, but I'm gonna work on my lunch here while I'm talking to you. Before it goes bad, I got some sushi. I think I saw you in MDG chat first, then Mr. Bill put a voice to face, and maybe you watch your channel because I like your bike content. Well, good. I'm glad that I'm offering various forms of entertainment. Oh, Easy Rider. Here's a movie. You should check that. Yeah, I've watched Easy Rider. And did you know that the Captain America bike is storied and there's actually none of the real ones left from what I hear? Because, oddly enough, I don't think anybody anticipated it being a cult classic like it is. So they had there was 3 or 4 of both Dennis Hopper's bike and Peter Fonda's bike, the Captain America bike, and then the red Softail that rode next to it. And they put them in this cheap garage with a cheap lock on it in Los Angeles, and somebody came and stole all the bikes because they didn't understand what the value would be eventually. Nobody understood that it was going to be the cult classic that it ended up being. It's funny how that works out sometimes. Ooh, that's good. That's super good for grocery store sushi. Mm. It was on sale too because it was the end of the night. Always a good thing. And so I hear you guys say that some of you are interested in bikes. Do any of you actually still ride? Because I just found out recently, like very recently, within the last couple of days, that a few of the streamers that you guys probably watch, either on Mr. Bill's or their own channels. Oh, let me sidetrack on that real quick. As somebody that goes down and streams at ICE myself, I want to ask you guys a favor. When you see, like Mr. Bill live stream 4 or 5 of us, he's actually restreamed my feed sometimes down there. When you see the streamers, you know, okay, well, I'll just use myself as an example. If you're watching Mr. Bill's and he's restreaming mine and you like the content down there, please, I encourage you to take a second, hop over to my feed and give me a like and maybe throw a comment in there. Let me know you're watching my feed. Let me know that you're supporting what I'm doing or you're enjoying what I'm doing. Because I'm not against people restreaming. Obviously, has made my channel what it is. But we like to know on a personal level, because we don't know who's restreaming us unless somebody in our chat tells us, or we have mods or whatever. And I don't have any of that yet. I'm still a small channel, but we don't know. And if everybody's watching it on restreams, then we don't see the viewers on our count, on our feed. So we don't know so many people are watching. So if you're on a restream, if you're watching me on a restream on Mr. Bill's, take a second to go to my actual channel, give me a like, throw a comment on there, and then go back to Mr. Bill's. It's not going to hurt my feelings, but then I know that more people, because sometimes it'll look like I have 12 people watching me when I'm down there, because most people are watching on restreams. So if you see a streamer and you appreciate what he's doing down there, take a second to go support his channel on a one-to-one level. And then, like I said, after that, leave a comment, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't, and then go back to your favorite restreamer. I don't have any issues with that. But let us know that you're watching, because sometimes it looks like nobody's watching. And then we get freaked out because we're like, is something wrong with my feed? Am I giving a bad feed? Am I not giving people what they want to see? You know, it kind of works on your head a little bit. Mr. Bill always shouts out live streamers. Yes, Mr. Bill is very good at that. Mr. Bill's also really good at talking of himself in third person. My mom said I couldn't have a motorcycle. Probably a good thing, as I was wild. Yeah, I wasn't allowed either. I had to start motorcycling when I got out of the house. I rode a little before then, but I had to wait till I became an adult to own my own motorcycles. But yeah, nothing against restreamers at all. Obviously, again, I'll repeat. If it wasn't for Mr. Bill, my channel would not be where it is now. But take a second and let the streamers, let the boots on the ground people know that you're watching them, because they might not, because of restreamers. And you know, some of the guys complain about money and yada yada yada. I don't make money off of this. I'm not worried about that. I just want to know that people are watching. And it's hard to tell when everybody's watching on a restream. That's it. That's my rant. That would be very helpful and very appreciated. Holy crap. I got a lot of wasabi in that bite. Holy shit. That was surprising. I didn't even realize it was there. Don't laugh at me if my eyes water. I try to do that as much as I can. Usually try to do that when I'm in MGD chats. He's also good to say, like, if I'll stream and chat. Yeah. Mr. Bill's good at giving Mr. Bill Blake's how Mr. Bill talks in third person. Mr. Bill's good at letting everybody know. And I really I've encouraged other restreamers to do that too. is when you use our content, put our name on the screen so people know. Outside on the ground, so it's just, you know, and some of these, I understand that these restreamers, they get donations, they get super chats, they get all this. They're making money off of our stuff. So the least they can do is give us a shout out, put our name up there, and let us know. All right, I'm going to play this, and hopefully it doesn't glitch out too bad, because this is a couple days ago, and this is awesome because, which is cool. And it's not a real good stream in the first place, but you can see it. There was a point in time where there was nobody but patriots and pro-ICE people standing in front of the ICE building. And I call that a small victory. And if anybody wants to do any kind of financial support, even, I mean, I understand. I was broke as hell and couldn't support anybody, couldn't even super chat, couldn't do anything for the longest time. And I felt really bad because some of these you get on and there's like a super chat every 15 seconds. And you want to put in $1 or $2. And I didn't even have it hooked to my bank account, so I couldn't do any of that. But, you know, there's people like, in some of these chats, people are giving $50, $100, you know, $25, $30 all the time. Don't be embarrassed if you only give like $2. It's something, and $2 50 times is $100. So unless you're super chatting, and then it's $70 because apparently YouTube takes 30%. And you also have to wait. What is it, Bill? You got to wait like until the next cycle, like a month or something, I've been told. I've never got a super chat. I'm not monetized yet, so I don't know for sure, but I know you have to wait to get it. So if you have PayPal or Venmo or what's the one I have, Hello Cash App, then if you stop talking, you crashed out. I get it. I may do it too. And then somebody's going to have to come wake me up because I'm at work and I'm not allowed. But apparently you have to wait to get super chats. I wish they would make a way, because I understand why people super chat. Because when you super chat, you get your comment highlighted. And especially on some of these channels where the chat's just flying by so fast, and you feel like nobody sees your comment, so you throw a $5 super chat in there so that your comment gets blown up and the host will read it. And I get that. But you got to understand, when you super chat, 30 cents out of every dollar goes straight to YouTube, not to the streamer. Plus, give angry watch hours to help get monetization. You know what? These live streams are helping that. So I'm very appreciative. But yeah, if you can do something other than super chats, it's encouraged. But like I said, I understand why people do super chats, because you want your comment to get noticed, and that makes sense. I wish they would make a way that no matter how you contributed, that you could get a super chat. I wish you could Cash App for a super chat instead of, I mean, Cash App to get highlighted, because super chats are obviously, because my Cash App does go towards the super chats. When I super chat, I do it through my Cash App. So it is connected, but I wish I could just Cash App somebody and still get my comment read, but they have to see it. Like when you Cash App me, I have to actually look in my phone, in my Cash App and find out that somebody donated. So that's why when you Cash App, sometimes it doesn't get recognized out loud. Just in case you didn't know that, because some people get butthurt. I sent him $20 on Cash App, and he didn't even say my name. Sometimes he might not know. Put his videos on repeat if you are leaving a computer on anyway. I see what you're saying. That's a good idea, actually. But does it count? Well, it doesn't count for more views, right? It just counts as watch time, right? I'm still figuring all this out because I've watched my video over and over and over again, and my view count didn't decline. But I think it counts as watch time. Oh, I spit on my computer. Don't talk with your mouth full, boys and girls. To help with streamer hours. Yeah, I think so. I think that's how it works. I'm still learning, but I think you're correct on that, Santiger. I'm pretty sure it counts as watch hours, which is important because they count that for monetization. I don't really have much of an idea how monetization works because I can be monetized on my motorcycle channel, but I haven't because I haven't been active on it. No, they really don't, Nicholas. You're correct. All they care about is ads because ads is where they make their money. They don't make a lot of money off of us. They make a lot of money off of making us mules for their ads. And it's a trade-off. If you don't want to watch the ads, then you have to pay the subscription for. Oh, yeah. Since most of you guys are in Bill's chat, put a 1 in the chat if you think Bill should pony up for the premium subscription. I think next time I'm in your chat, Bill, I'm going to do a drive for you. And we're going to raise money from the chat for the express intent and purpose of you buying premium. Because it drives me nuts when you go to show a video and you have to wait for commercials. I'm sure it drives you nuts too. Sorry, guys. I hope I'm not being rude, but I have to eat. My stomach was starting to hurt. And I don't have a refrigerator in here, so I didn't want my sushi to go bad. I've got other food that'll wait till later, but I didn't want my sushi to go bad. And don't make fun of me if I cry, because I'm going to do some more wasabi. I'm not very fond of eating in front of people. That's why I'm apologizing. Mr. Bill's viewers should do that for him. He helps everybody. Correct. That's what I'm saying. Next time I'm in your chat, Bill, but you got to promise that if we raise money for you to get premium, that you're going to get premium. Because I'm going to go in the chat and I'm going to say that is the special intent. And it's literally under $25 a month, buddy. We can do that for you. If we raise the money in your chat, then you should get premium. And it will make your life better, trust me. Because even when you're just trying to watch stuff, when you're not live streaming, it's awesome to not have commercials. I'm addicted to YouTube. Like, my TV almost never leaves YouTube. Unless my wife is watching Tubi. But I'm addicted to YouTube, and not having commercials was a game changer. YouTube Premium is what I'm talking about, Bill. I don't know how to do the X Premium. I'm still working on that. So I can't tell you anything on that one. I'm talking about YouTube Premium, so you don't have to watch commercials when you bring up somebody else's video. Or when you're researching or anything. And like I said, it's under $25 a month. If my broke ass can afford it, we can make we can get your channel to pay for it. Because Nicholas is right. You do so much for everybody else that we should make that available to you. If I had the money, I'd send it to you right now for it, but I don't. I'm a broke YouTube channel too. And we have to find a way. So I'm asking fellow Bill watchers here, fellow Mr. Bill watchers, we have to find a way to start promoting more donations to Mr. Bill. Because I've been paying attention, Mr. Bill, and as much work and effort and stress as you put into your channel, you should be getting more compensation for it, buddy. I don't see very many super chats. I don't know if you get like Cash App or PayPal donations or whatever. I wouldn't know that, but it seems to me like you're not getting paid enough for what you do. You work your ass off for everybody, and you should get a little bit more payback, man. So I think we're going to find a way to make that happen. And that doesn't mean you're grifting. It means you're doing a service to people and you should be compensated for it. That's not a grifting. So stop saying, I'm not grifting. I'm not grifting. Who cares if you are, buddy? We don't. You're doing, you work your ass off for your group of friends and for streamers and for your viewers. You work your ass off and put a lot of time and energy into it. You should get something back for it, honestly. Like I said, if I could do it personally, I would make sure. But since I can't do that completely, I'm going to try to find a way to get other people to realize your worth. Especially considering all of us newbies that are piggybacking off of what you have already been doing for years. And those guys are getting compensated for it, so should you. I don't understand why Portland let them pile all the trash. Oh my God. I'm trying to think. Maybe I'm common sense. Oh God, if I was on a better computer, I would look it up in quick. But in, I think it was 2019, that whole area that you're looking at right there, you couldn't get to it. They literally built a wall between ICE and the next building, in the school building over there. They built a 10-foot freaking wall, like a fort. They had like outlook posts and everything that they stood up the top of to look down at the street. They literally built a fort, a medieval castle of sorts, where that trolley station is. That whole area there, they had it blocked off for, God, what was it, Bill? Like 2-3 months before they finally came and took it all down? I have plenty of videos about it, but this computer's not going to let me look them up. But what they have there now is nothing compared to what they did the first time years ago. See, and that's the thing. Most people don't understand. This protest they have going on down there is nothing new. This went on during the first Trump administration too. It just didn't get the attention that it's getting now. But it was actually a more hardcore protest. But the skirmishes didn't get as bad. I don't know why, to be honest. I don't know why. I think ICE let him get away with a lot more, and perhaps that's why ICE decided this time they were going to try and nip it in the bud, but it didn't work. That whole area that you just saw on my picture there, down the train tracks, there was a 10-foot wall between the ICE building and the school building next door. And they camped there for months. And it turned into a giant homeless camp full of druggies and all kinds of shenanigans going on in there. And then they would get mad at each other and fight each other in the middle of the day. That happening. I'm not just talking smack. There's actually videos out there of them fighting with each other. I think that's when a lot of the cop watchers got pissed off at the lefties, because the cop watchers used to try and hang out with the lefties all the time. But then the lefties turned on them, the protesters, Antifa people. They're not all Antifa, so I hate using that word. But it was a big deal. It was a big deal. Like I said, maybe I'll try to. 2020 is way too busy to watch all of 2020. No, this was before. I think this was in 2019. This was before Summer Love. They all moved up to the park, to the Antifa playground by the Fed building for 2020. This was down here in 2019. And we went down there and visited them once, and not much happened. We had a big shouting match, and some things were thrown, and yada yada. And we Patriot Prayer and other related groups were down there for a few hours one night and made some noise and whatever, and brought attention to it. But not long after that, the city decided to shut the encampment down. But they definitely had a big thing there. It was during the time when everybody was rallying against Trump building the wall. And what did they do? They built a giant wall. I was like, the irony in that is ridiculously thick. But this stuff has been going on for a long time. This is nothing new. And these kids think they're doing something special. And it's already been done. It's been going on for a long time. And they're not special. They're just the next wave of brats is all they are. But it turns out that the reason why it's so empty down there, if it's not glitching too bad on the screen and you can see it, is they had an anti-Iran operation protest in front of City Hall. Because, Portland City Hall makes the decisions about what the DOD does in global politics. So you're going to make a big fuss in front of Portland City Hall. That's going to change everything, right? Because Portland is so important when it comes to the Pentagon. It's ridiculous what these guys, yeah. Why does nobody protest in front of the Pentagon? That's a good question. I just thought of that. The Pentagon is where they make the decisions. Why do they not protest in front of the Pentagon? Probably because there's a lot of guys with guns there, and it would be threatening national security, and they would probably get unalived or at least locked up for the rest of their lives. No, they do it here in Portland where they know they can get away with it. So they're not brave. They're not courageous. They don't have conviction for a cause. They're just loud, obnoxious brats that throw tantrums in the street where they know they're allowed to get away with it. There's no courage in that whatsoever. And then Pam, ice is so scary. I'm so scared of ice. But her 70,000-year-old ass is down there dancing in the street in front of ice. But she's so scared of it. She's such a lying old bag lady. She's ridiculous. I challenged her to come on a panel. I would love to talk to her in person. I mean, I have tried to talk to her in person down at ICE, but she doesn't have the guts to come on a show that one of us are hosting. Now, here's an interesting development. I don't know who's still watching and who cares, but I'll tell you. Quincy's show, either today or yesterday, I can't remember now. Like I said, my shit blends in together. In the past, we got beat up for trying peaceful protests in D.C. Yeah, probably. D.C. cops used to not play. In Quincy's chat, I think it was yesterday before I came to work, Big Mike came in. Perhaps it was a today thing before I'm pretty sure it was last night, though. Big Mike came into Quincy's chat. It was actually being chill and being decent and thanking people for the conversation and whatnot. I'm a little not quite sure what to do about it or how to take it. But I'll say it out loud in case anybody's watching, in case anybody wants to repeat it. I'll invite Mike to come on and I'll talk with him. I got to figure out how to have guests first, or if nothing else, maybe Mr. Bill could host it because he knows how to get people to guest on his show. I would like to debate Mike or at least have a conversation with Mike for all you guys to see. Especially if he's in a prone position to be red pilled. Hell, I'd love to be the one to red pill Mike. That would be a feather in my cap. To be the one that red pilled Fat Mike, Spider Mike. That would be pretty awesome. And considering he has a motorcycle background, we know some of the same people and hung in the same circles, it would be even a little bit more personal to me. I know a lot of people aren't going to get over the Jerry thing, but I think it is what it is now. It happened and we can't change anything about it, so we just got to move on the best we can. I'm not happy about it, don't get me wrong. And I'd still love to knock him on his ass for it, but that's not going to really do any good. It's not going to change anything. So we got to be mature and move on. And hopefully that results in him being mature. Yeah, I'm very pissed at it, and he knows I'm pissed at it. That's why we almost threw hands in the middle of the street a couple weekends ago. Because he knows I'm not bullshitting. Because I came at him from an angle that's outside of the political ice thing. I came at him from a biker point of view. And that's against code, bro. You don't do that. And if he was still in a club, they would have beat him down for it. So in my world, it's more than just about the ice thing. So I'm a little bit more, I'm pissed at more angles than most of you guys are. And the fact that he's been claiming ties to organizations that he doesn't really have ties to, and then doing stuff like that, it makes those organizations look bad. And they're not very happy about it. From what I've seen in other chats, he hangs out with Pam. Yeah, there's some weird shit between him and Pam. I make a joke and say that they're a couple. I've been saying that for months. That's kind of weird and kind of gross. So it's more a joke. Drugs and alcohol can destroy. Yes, they can. And he claims to be clean, and his patterns of behavior indicate that he's not. And I'm of the school of thought that if you're drunk or an addict or both, and you do some stuff while you're under the influence, it doesn't make that stuff right. You don't have an excuse, but I will extend you a little bit more leeway if you get clean and decide to atone for that behavior. If you get to, because trust me, I was a drunk for a lot of years. And I did some really, really stupid shit while I was drunk. I was very loud, obnoxious, brazen, violent. I did a lot of stupid shit when I was drunk. And then when I decided to not be a drunk anymore, I decided not only did I need to stop drinking, but I needed to go the extra step to atone and make up for the dumb shit I did when I was drunk. If for no other reason than to let people know that I wasn't going to be that drunk moron anymore. they saw not only my habits change, but saw my behavior and personality change as well. So they knew that it was real, if that makes any sense. And if Mike comes and says, okay, I don't want to be this way anymore, so we're going to stop doing the bullshit and we're going to stop acting like an idiot at the same time, I would be willing to help facilitate that, get him in touch with other people that would help facilitate that. Like, I know who else would. I know you guys know who JD DeLay is. If he admitted that he's not been clean and said he wanted to kick it and become a better person, JD DeLay would jump on that. Because I'm pretty sure JD DeLay holds the same train of thought that I'm telling you right now. Because JD DeLay went through the same thing. When he was doing things he shouldn't have done, it made him do things he shouldn't do. So he understands better than some. And now he's a rehab coach. And I think if Mike came forward and said, look, here's the real, man. I've been doing some shit I shouldn't be doing, and it's caused me to be an asshole. I'd like to change that. I think there'd be a lot of people on our side, or a few people at least, that would step forward to help facilitate that. Because that's the kind of people we are. And those of us who are in the business of taking care of the actual underprivileged, underserved community, however you want to say it, people with actual problems that need help. Not sure because of the thing he said after seeing the video with Jerry. It's a 50-50 chance, Sam Tiger. It's a 50-50 chance. Oh, you retracted the message. You could have left that. It's a 50-50 chance. But knowing what I know about JD, I think he would more relish the opportunity to help somebody than he would to hold a grudge. Now, I'm sure there would be tough love. I'm sure he's not going to be soft about anything if that situation would happen. I'm sure there's going to be no nicey-nicey about it. But the kind of man he is, I think he would step forward and offer to help. All right, I'm going to have to switch the video here. Video. I don't know how fast it happens. Come on. Get back to the, excuse me. Get back to the menu. Find one that's going to last for a minute. Wait. I'm back on angry. That's not what I wanted. I want this. Minutes. I'm just trying to find one that's fairly long so I don't have to keep doing this so much. Most of these are about 20 minutes long because that's a premium spot for a YouTube video. So how long is this one? This is a nice one. Oh, it's only 10 minutes. Gosh darn it. Most of these are shorties. I don't know why I don't have longer ones. I've said that before. He seemed very angry when he was. Maybe 60, 40 images. Yeah, but the thing is, Sand Tiger, and I'm not trying to piggyback on clout here or nothing, but I've talked to him in person. I've met him, so I know a little bit more than what you see on his videos, and I feel like giving him a little bit more credit than that, if that makes sense. Why in the world is this? Oh, there we go. All right. This is a long intro. It's an early video, that's why. Maybe that's my own feeling because thinking with my own anger. Yeah, it could be. And I understand that. Trust me. That day that it happened, I was down at ICE 2 hours later, and I live an hour and a half away. Literally, I saw that, took a quick shower, threw on some clothes, told my wife to come home with the car, and I turned around and drove down to ICE. That's how angry I was. I had no intention on going down there that day, but after that happened, and when I left my house, I had I'm not gonna lie, I had every intention on going down there and going straight to Spider Mike. Luckily, the hour and a half ride gave me plenty of time to think about priorities and what was right and what was wrong and what was beneficial and what wasn't. So I pushed out, but I prefer to call it thought better of it. But yeah, I was so angry that I immediately, as close to immediately as possible, went down to ICE. Hour and a half drive one way, because I didn't want to see him get away with that. The truth is, there's not much I could have done about it. The cops had already seen it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. If I went down there and done something about it myself, I'd be in jail. So that would have been kind of stupid. I could not do that. So I went out and split tree logs because I didn't know. Yeah, that's a good, yeah. That's a good stress reliever. Chopping some wood. Chopping some wood will definitely get some frustrations out. Got there yet? What time is it? It's after 1 o'clock. Okay. All right, talk amongst yourselves for a minute, guys. I'm actually going to leave you with a little bit of volume this time. I'm hoping. It may not sound all that great because of the choppiness. Got a lot of firewood that night. Yeah, there's a benefit of it. And in case you guys aren't from Oregon, if you see this video, this is my Oregon. Portland is not Oregon. Portland is a very small part of Oregon. This is what Oregon looks like. This is my beautiful Oregon. All right, I'll be right back. I'll shine my light for a minute until the clip across, and I'll be right back. Meantime, enjoy my pictures of Oregon. Real Oregon. Having to check the generator, it's a good thing I did. Oh. We got people here. 7 people active. Thanks for hanging out, guys. 1:30 in the morning now. Yeah, the generator was thirsty. I was going to end up black here pretty soon. So I'm glad I checked that. Yeah, Sand Tiger, I don't remember. Where are you at? I can't wait to get my other computer going so you guys can keep me forward. This is a beautiful video. It came out really well. It was an all-day ride. I went to London and came back. Colorado. Oh man, I want to ride the $1 Million Highway. I really do. I have not been there. I haven't even driven it before. So I want to ride the $1 Million Highway. That's a bucket list item. I would love to ride in Colorado in the summertime. I love the Rocky Mountains. This is in the Cascade Mountains where this video was taken. You live at 10,000 feet? Oh wow, that's cool. Bet you your lungs are strong. That's like this. That's like twice as high as Denver. Denver's only mile. Denver's at like 5,200 or something like that. 10,000 feet. That's really up there. I mean, what the hell is it? 10,000 feet? Is it a town up there? Or you live in a cabin or both? How do you even have internet service at 10,000 feet? That's crazy, man. Our highest peak around here is Mount Hood, and it's 11.5, I think. So you're almost as tall as our biggest mountain. Almost as high as our biggest mountain. Yeah, we have Mount Hood, and Mount Hood is 11.5. So you're not that much lower than the peak of our highest mountain. I think Rainier is a little higher, but that's all the way up north, up by Seattle. We have Mount Hood. It's pretty big. Our ski resorts go between like 5,000 and 7,500 feet. But yeah, I love the Rock. guess not. I was trying to get a sponsor. They didn't bite. Yeah, it's funny because me and a couple guys I was with were part of the riding group. Normally, we would be the ones going out on rides like that, and we rolled up as they were rolling out, and it felt kind of weird because normally we would be leading a pack like that. That was good. That was probably a big crash. Well, I'm not a big fan of clouds either. If you'll notice in my ice videos, I kind of bring back away from it, but usually, if there's something that's really worth putting with energy to video, but normally I try to just pull them back so I can film the whole crowd. Yeah, if this goes inside, you want to see a nice bike. There's a $52,000 CDO in. They got some nice bikes in there. Yeah, that orange bike thing, I'll probably show a little bit more here too. That orange CEO, $52,000 bike. So who's still in here other than Santa? Let me know you're still awake. Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning. My late night homies. I'm gonna call you guys. You guys are my late night homies. Who's still in here? Of course, there was a spot right in the middle of my limb that I didn't know about. Probably a bug scatter. Normally, my go-go was I'm putting the bug on the parent. So let's see. Let's see if I can find my viral video for you guys. I got the sound up. You gotta see it with sound. Yeah, these are not mine. I gotta go back to mine. Let's see. Come on, computer. Okay, where is it? All right, let me just. Damn it, I keep doing that. Let's go back to. Okay, why can't I find it? Let's see. Watch. No. Let's go to all. Oh, why does it keep erasing it? There it is. We even turned it up a little bit.
I'm not touching it, dumbass. Get better glasses.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And that was it. That was the end of that one.
Embassies in the Middle East are
Just put on a long live stream or something. It's really starting to irritate me. Oh, here it is right here, what we were just talking about. Yeah, this is oh, come on, stop it. Okay, this isn't going to help.
Listen, man, like if you're out there and you're local and you're watching and you give a shit about this country, please come down here. Let's make tomorrow big.
Let's go, you guys.
We will do everything that we can to keep everybody safe and to make this a positive thing. The more people that we have, the safer that it's going to be. The more people that we have, the more that it's going to send a message. But let's come out here.
Yeah.
Let's do our thing. Let's be peaceful. Let's make our voices heard.
Yeah, JD is a cool dude, man. No argument from me on that. Oh, come on. All right, let me see if I can make this not buffer so bad.
They're making their voices heard.
Didn't I already talk to you? Didn't I already tell you?
My chat and said, kill N-words, kill N-words, kill N-words. Do you want to defend this guy, Pam?
Come on.
Listen, man, like if you're out there and you're local and you're watching and you give a shit about this country, please come down here. Let's make tomorrow big.
Let's go, you guys.
We will do everything that we can to keep everybody safe and to make this a positive thing. The more people that we have, the safer that it's going to be. The more people that we have, the more that it's going to send a message. But let's come out here.
Yeah.
Let's do our thing. Let's be peaceful. Let's make our voices heard. They're making their voices heard. If you're local and you can come down here, please come down here. Come support Tommy. Come support Cam and Nick. Come support everybody down here, man, because Oregon is fucked off right now.
Come support JD as well.
Yeah, you can come support me if you want to.
America.
You don't have to support me.
Come support America.
Come do this shit. Let's make this shit happen. Let's make our voices heard. They're going to stay out here making their voices because they are unemployed. I mean,
Yeah.
let's face it.
They
These
live here.
motherfuckers don't
They
have-
live here.
They don't have kids that they see. They probably have lots of kids, but not that they see. They don't have jobs. You know what I'm saying? Their parents fucking hate them. And I understand. If you're one of their parents watching, I love you. I'm sorry. It's probably not your fault. Probably not your fault. They're getting indoctrinated in the schools and shit, especially here in Oregon. But if you are a patriot and you are in the area, if you can drive down here tomorrow, come show what this fucking country is about. Come stand, because they're going to be out here for the next 300 fucking days, torturing these people that live in these fucking apartments, man. But if we show out and we show them that there are real fucking patriots and real Americans out here, maybe that'll make a fucking difference. I know it'll make a difference to the people living in these apartments who are sick of this bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Let's make our voices heard.
Yes, sir.
What the hell is this shit? Oh, come on. All right, let's see if I can find the AP feed. Let's see what's going on over in the Middle East. All right, there we go. Really like when he goes out and interviews people. He does a great job on that. He does not do it a lot, but he's good at it. Yeah, that was the weekend the sidewalk got cleared. It was actually I missed it by one day. We had a big scuffle on the sidewalk that night, and in their encampment that very night, like not long after that video was taken, and then the next day. The next night was when they made him tear it down. That was very nice. And like I said, I missed it by one day. Really disappointing. All right. So that's the live AP feed. We'll figure out what they're watching there. Looks like I'm losing just about everybody. I think you may be the only one left, Sand Tiger. I think somebody may have it on and they're not paying attention. So, oh, we just went up to 3. I think people are popping in and out because they're looking for live streams. There's other late night homies that are looking for somewhere to watch. Oh, 147. Thought you were going to fall asleep like an hour ago, bro. And now you're late. You lasted longer than everybody else. Funny how that works. I've done that too. I said goodnight at like 11 o'clock and ended up being on a live stream till 3 in the morning. Funny how that works. That's why I'm saying you're talking to stay awake. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know how it works. I'm gonna have some peanut butter cup cookies to stay awake here. Oh. If I could get it open, my fingers don't want to work. Oh, these look really good. Look at these. Can you see that? Oh, these are thick. Oh, and they're chewy too. That's gonna be good. Yep, I'm showing 3 people. Oh, now it went down to 2. And you're the only one talking, so I'm thinking the other person is just kind of falling asleep with the feet still going. Let me check my phone and see if anybody's still live actually, or if they're just letting their cameras go. Yeah, I think BC Preacher's just letting his stuff go, and the Geyer show, I think they just leave their stuff on and walk away from it. Because it looks like Quincy's watching the same thing I am. Maybe Geyer too. Yep, Geyer's watching the same feed. Yeah, we're the only ones still up, Sand Tiger. And now it looks like you're the only one still on the channel. Oh, there's so many. This is funny. There's so many people doing it. I'm looking at all these current live streams, and they're all the same picture. Everybody else is doing the same thing. They've got the AP feed on and just walked away from it. Ooh, I wonder if Brandon Herrera won the Texas thing. They have primary elections in Texas today. The cat stopped your feed. Yeah, I've got an annoying cat that likes me too much and does shit like that too. Let's do that for a minute. I want to go see what's going on in the Texas election. What's that? KU News. Cookies are so good. Oh, so you're familiar with that, Sand Tiger? You're following the Herrera race too? It's the only one I really know about. They are very tasty. Very, very tasty. These are really good cookies. I'm glad I bought some milk to go with it, though. You like the Alaska guy? Oh, the AK guy. As in a pew pew guy on YouTube? Which would more than likely have some kind of connection with Brandon Herrera? I ran across Brandon Herrera watching Demo Ranch stuff. I wish he wouldn't have went off there. Is that Jasmine Crockett losing? Ooh, did I just see that Jasmine Crockett lost? Yeah, he needed to take a break. He was all in on his channel, so I can understand that. And you could tell towards the end, Mayor was nowhere to be seen. I'm almost wondering if his marriage wasn't in trouble a little bit, and he needed to take time out to go fix that. Man, there's a lot of elections in that damn state. A lot of people running. He had stalking his family? I did not know about that. People are stupid. That'd be one person I wouldn't want to mess with. The man makes a living from pew-pews. Why would you want to mess with somebody like that? And especially out at the Guadalupe Ranch, there's a line of sight, bro. You ain't getting too close out there. Oh, good. I'm not a Crenshaw fan, dude. I'm glad he got axed. I am not a Crenshaw fan. But you'll notice that Matt didn't completely get rid of the channel. All his boys are still running it, and girls. Mayor's sister and the Mexican guy, can't remember his name. They're actually redoing bunker branding and all of that. So I think he still has a part in it. He's just doing it more behind the scenes now, not on camera. But he built that empire. He wasn't going to just get rid of it. And it's all still family that's taking care of it. They still have videos out. They're still making videos of the rest of the crew. They're just not doing it under Demo Ranch name anymore. I can't remember what they call it now, but it's still Mayor's sister and all the guys that worked there before. It's amazing if you pay attention how many YouTubers actually use bunker branding. It is huge, man. Way bigger than most people realize. If I had the money, I would go through them. I want to do some swag. What was that? You don't even have a picture and you're winning? What's up with that? How do you win when you don't have a picture up? Diversity, right? Yep, it's DEI. Oh, man. Well, you'll notice a lot of these names that are winning are not your traditional. There's a lot of Spanish names up at the top of these lists. But I mean, it is Texas, so that kind of stands to reason. But I think maybe it's like everybody that's winning is Spanish or black or a woman. She doesn't fit any of those categories. There's a white chick named Rhonda. Oh, now we got an old white guy. They just had to make me a liar, didn't they? There we go. Now we're getting back to what I was saying. Oh, but these are just primaries, though. Wow, they all just look like Democrats. And they look like, what is with that chick? Why does that look like a not real photo? Brazoria County. The show has Matt Cameraman and Mikey, yeah, that's his name. Yeah. And like I said, Mayor's sister is like the main character in there in those videos now. I can't remember what her name is, but I'm sure if you've watched, you know who I'm talking about. Her sister and her sister's husband. God, some of these people you just know that they've been lawyers or something or bankers or something their whole life. They just have that look. And all three of them look like Democrats. That's weird. Oh my God, there's not a single white person on that panel. Oh, that's not really her sister? Oh, don't I look dumb then? I don't know, man. I'm a fan and I watch a lot, but I have a life and I'm trying to make my own videos, so I miss out on a lot of stuff. The behind the scenes stuff. I try not to get involved in the drama and stuff like that, so sometimes I just don't know. That was a running joke how come I never knew that was a joke? That's weird. I should have known that as much as I watched them. Because my wife and I are huge Demo Ranch fans. I got hooked when they started refurbing the mansion, and then when they bought Guadalupe Ranch, I was really hooked because that's something that's been a dream of mine. I've always wanted to buy a property and fix it all up. So I get interested in watching I watch home improvement and construction channels a lot too. Because that's what I've done all my life. So I'm kind of interested in it. Have you seen Brandon Herrera? Did I miss him, or are they just there's just so many flipping people? The House on the Hill was awesome. And if you watched it from the beginning, what they walked into, and it's absolutely incredible what they did to that place, inside and out. I've always been curious. I'd really like to see the numbers and see what they made off of that. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Your voting thing must have been like a notebook, not just a paper. It had to have been a notebook because this is a lot of races. Oh, look at that guy with the hard hat on. I'm surprised he didn't win. That hard hat picture. Yes, that makes me happy. Yeah, I don't trust Dan Crenshaw. I think he's a rhino. I don't like him at all. Leticia Gutierrez. Alex Mahler. See, a lot of women, man. On both sides, even Republicans. A lot of women. That just seems like there's an awful lot of people to vote for. I mean, mind you, you're only going to have half of these because they're going Republican and Democrat on this. So whatever you are, you're only going to have half of these, but that still seems like a lot of races. Ooh, that's a nasty looking spider. I don't have anything to kill him with either. What did I kill you with? I don't want you crawling around my food. I don't have anything to kill him with. Well, go somewhere else. Leave me alone. I don't know. He's got a red dot on his lower portion. He's tiny. He's not very big at all. As long as he's going the other way, I'm all right with it. I don't think we have black widows in Oregon. We have hobo spiders. I think they're related to the brown recluse, whatever it is, recluse. But this one's definitely not a brown spider. But it sure kind of looks like a black widow. But it's this little bitty little thing. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of dangerous, poisonous animals up here. We get bears and coyotes and stampeding elk, but we don't have a lot of snakes and spiders and all that are poisonous and whatnot. Just annoying. All right. I still haven't seen them. I'm going to look it up. Brown and black and white widow. Holy crap. That sounds pretty not fun. I'm not a big spider fan. I'm not super scared of them, but I'm not a big spider fan. Who are we looking for? Brandon Herrera. Three hours ago, he was overtaking Tony Gonzalez. That was 3 hours ago. It says election results 3 minutes ago. Let me see if I can find that. I'm scrolling through trying to find out the Brandon Herrera race. According to this, which looks like it's up to date, he is up 43% to 43.4 for Brandon, 41.7 to Tony Gonzalez. So it's tight. It is a tiny bit over 1,000 vote difference. Brandon's ahead by a little over 1,000 votes. Oh, this has already been called. They advanced to a runoff. The others didn't even come close, 8.5 and 6.5%. So apparently they're so close they're going to have a runoff. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that the AK guy is Brandon Herrera. Yeah, I didn't realize that because I've only seen him on other people's channels when he collaborates. I've never actually watched just him. I didn't realize he was the AK guy. Brandon Herrera, an activist with a gun business who calls himself the AK guy. That's their description. This isn't leaning at all, is it? Leaning into Second Amendment rights in a district that includes Uvalde. Man, this thing, who is this? Oh, this is the Washington Post. This is WAPO. No wonder they're slanted. Yeah, I watched him. Like I said, I've watched him on other channels and stuff like that. I've just never seen him on his own channel, so I did not know that. But I knew he did all that. I just didn't realize he was called that. Commercial aircraft. Let's see. Commercial aircraft takes off from Beirut. It's on CBS News. Let's go see if we can find that one. That looks interesting. Commercial aircraft takes off from Beirut. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Oh, I got no sound. Got no sound. I turn this on to the sound from YouTube. Damn it. Actually, probably don't even. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is the guys down there cleaning up earlier. We'll put that on. Okay. Good shot. Oh, brother, I'm here until 7 in the morning. I still got another 5 hours before I go home. I'm just sitting here chilling. If you need to go to sleep, you probably should. I don't want to feel guilty for keeping you up. I don't know if you work in the morning or not. That would be really shit if you stay. Because it's later. Is it? Are you an hour or two ahead of me? Is it 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock? For you? I think Colorado's only an hour ahead. Oh, yeah, I've already yawned enough to about 5 hours left. It's 3. Yeah, I thought so. You're mountain time. Man, it was so confusing. A couple years ago, my brother lives up in Williston, North Dakota. I'm not sure if you know where that's at or not. But it's literally on the border of North Dakota and Montana. And that border is also time zone. And I was doing construction jobs on the Montana side and staying over on the North Dakota side. So kept losing an hour, gaining an hour, losing an hour. And then when somebody would tell you to be somewhere at a certain time, you're like, your time or my time? It's so confusing living on a time zone border like that. Oh no, Williston is not a nice place to live. I hate it. It is ugly, boring, windy, cold as hell in the winter. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Williston. When the weather started getting bad, I came back down here. I was like, I'm not doing this. Now, there are some parts of Montana, well, I guess eastern North Dakota is nice. But when you're in the middle of the Great Plains right there, it's nasty. It's not fun. Yeah, either, especially western Montana, it's as to live in like Helena or Missoula. Those are absolutely beautiful. I wouldn't mind that at all. But once you get east of that, and until you get like, I think it's southeast North Dakota, where Billings is, I think. Fargo's ugly as hell too, but if you get down towards Billings and whatnot, it's okay looking. There's some green, but the whole section between that, and it's just so wide open. It takes 10, 11 hours to cross Montana. It's absolutely ridiculous. Long, boring ride. If I go straight at a good clip, I can get between Williston and Portland in 19 hours. I can get 9 of that is going from Portland to Missoula. The other 10 hours is going across Montana. And that's driving quick. That's driving like I'm in Montana. Looking for the meat. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired myself. I'm gonna have to go walk around and play there for a bit. I got this stupid heater on. That's not helping, but then it gets cold in here really fast. Chaucer's Premium Honey Mead. Hey, it's a golden lamb. I'll have to look into it. Like I said, I haven't found one that I like quite yet, but that doesn't mean I'm not out there. I'm not a big beer drinker either, but there's a couple of beers I like. Still haven't found a beer that I actually enjoy, but I found a couple that I don't mind. Oh, God, are you yawning over there? Because something has got me yawning like crazy all of a sudden. I think it's because I ate. I got a full belly now, and my body wants to nap. All right, I tell you what, I'm going to step outside and have a cigarette to wake up a little bit to cold air. If you're not here when I get back, I understand. If you are, cool. It's going to be a couple of minutes because I'm going to smoke a whole cigarette. And if you do have to run off to sleep, I understand, and I will see you on your next time around. The blackberry, see, I don't like blackberry. Raspberry, no, apple meat. There we go. I would go for apple. I'm not a big berry guy, but I love apple. I like me some apple pie moonshine, that's for sure. Yeah. Homemade apple pie moonshine. All right, I'm going to step out and hopefully you're still here when I get back. If not, I get it. But I got to wake up, so I got to go stand up there for a minute. All right. Tiger, I don't know if you're still. It's late. Says I got 3 viewers. I don't know. If you're still here and you're still watching and you're awake, throw a little something in the comment. If nobody's really watching, then I'm probably going to end this so I can watch a movie or something. Been going on for over 4 hours now. I don't know how these live streams this long, but probably because I'm bored. It'd be more fun when I get more computer capabilities. Maybe let's look on that. Let's see if we can get some programs on my other computer. Oh, diversity hires name. Wow, you are tired. Maybe. Oh. Okay, now I got you. We're back on the demo ranch stuff. Yeah. It was, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Now I feel a little embarrassed. I didn't know that. But we watched the hell out of the range series. So. Showing the name. It's not showing his name. This is not Tina Kotek. If you wanted to, he's trying to get his YouTube channel up and running. Let me click his name in here. And if you wanted to swing by and give him what's it called? Give him a like and subscribe. He's one of the fellow patrons that goes down there and live streams at ICE. And that's Nico. She also does. I don't know if she has a YouTube channel or not. But Not Tina is trying to get his YouTube channel up and running, and that's Chris. He lives down there. If you wanted to give Not Tina Kotek a sub, then that would be cool. Because like I said, he's done a lot on X, but okay. That makes sense. You gotta understand, I'm probably as tired as you are right now. I just have to stick with it. It's been a really long couple of days. Been working at night, so I'm like, I'm on the side. Yeah, the guy with the paper towels in his hand, that is not Tina Kotek. And he's trying to get his channel up and running on YouTube. He's been doing ICE quite a bit. Yeah, I hope you can see that right there. Not Tina Kotek. Oh, he's already got 1,000 subscribers. He's got more subscribers than I do. Oh, awesome. That's annoying. I just can't seem to get the viewers on my channel. The subs, anyways. Last I looked, I was at like 550. And I've had this channel for years. I just started doing the political stuff a few months ago, probably like August. Yeah, they go down there on missions to clean up all the food and stuff. He keeps getting shut out of it. Dude, he's a super, super cool dude. Super, super cool dude. He's really chill. He's our almost infiltrator because he's so quiet and so chill that he can go stand in the middle of the crowd and not get messed with. He's not confrontational. So he's a really good asset for that. But yeah, they go down there on nights that aren't busy, not busy nights, and they do graffiti cleanup and de-sticker telephone poles and stuff like that. They try to clean up the neighborhood that Antifa is absolutely trash. Yeah, I don't even know what his real name is. I just call him Not Tina. But yeah, he's done a lot on X. That's probably what got him blown up on YouTube so fast. Well, yeah, he's got Tina in his name, so I guess that would make sense. I have to ask him. I have to ask him one of these days why he put that name. In case you didn't know, because you're in Colorado, Tina Kotek is our governor right now. So that's what we're going to. I think his name has something to do with him not wanting Tina Kotek to be our governor. I mean, our governor. I mean. I would have just left ill on there. That's funny. Just leave ill. This is the Beastie Boys. They have a license to ill. Oh, did you watch on Climactics with Tommy? Tickets just man, I like him. He's one of the coolest nerds I've ever met. Yeah, he was him and Tommy and Climactics. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that before I came to work, and then I turned on the video. Yeah, it was funny because when he was doing that town hall, Antifa was on Tommy's chat. Yeah, Tommy just got a bike yesterday. And I already told him as soon as he gets all his paperwork straightened out before we go for a ride. Because he had to tell me all about it Friday. When we went between Oregon City and Portland, he was following behind me the whole way. And he was probably going crazy knowing that he was about to get his bike and he's following me, watching me ride my bike. He was probably driving him nuts. Yeah, you still got this paperwork, right? But when you get your bike, you don't care. You just get out and go. We'll figure everything else out later. I understand that very well. Yeah, San Tiger, I'm actually thinking about it because I'm yawning over here. I need to like get focused to put something on the TV that's going to keep me awake. I need to find something exciting, some kind of superhero or something. Something that's going to keep me interested and keep me awake. Finish my lunch and all that. I think I am going to probably go ahead and cut this off, let you go to sleep. I appreciate you hanging out with me this long, man. Seriously, I appreciate it. And hopefully, go forward and let me stop you. Yeah, and I don't want to stop you from sleeping either, but people need their sleep. People need their sleep. All right, man. We go ahead and turn that off and see what happens. Oh, it's being big. All right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and chop this. I appreciate it, and I hope to see you on the next round. I'm gonna try to collab with somebody else tomorrow. I'm tired of doing just my own thing. I want to get with somebody else so we can have some conversations and whatnot. Maybe I'll talk to Quincy or Bill or somebody during the day tomorrow, and we'll do a together thing. That would be cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it, buddy. So we will see you next time. And in the meanwhile, Patreon on and stay safe. Again, much appreciation for you hanging out, man. Good night, man. Good night, buddy. I appreciate the late night homie session.